Welcome back to Dunn Field. Pioneers getting set to take on the Auburn Doubledays for the third time this season. Once again, good evening, everybody. I'm Farrell Hudson for the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. A gorgeous night for baseball here in Elmira. A little bit of rain, though, coming in the forecast predicted. 77 degrees, the game time temperature. On this Wednesday night, Pios have taken the field behind their right-handed starter, Luke Horton. Here on Dollar Dog Night at the ballpark, a pretty full night. Nice crowd on hand here at Dunn Field. Let's take a look once again at the Auburn Doubledays batting order. It'll be Tyler Vivacqua, the EH, to lead things off. Adam Sullivan is the shortstop. He'll bat second. Sam Meyer in center field will bat third. Kieran Kehoe, the designated hitter, he'll do the cleanup tonight for Auburn. Anthony DeCesare at catcher will bat fifth. Josh Thompson, the second baseman, will bat sixth. Gianni DeCerbo in right field will bat seventh. Colson Thompson in left field will bat eighth. Mike Bonfiglio at third base will bat ninth. And rounding out the batting order is the first baseman, Caden Albright, and they'll go up against the right-hander, Luke Horton, for your Elmira Pioneers. On the season for Horton, he's appeared in 2 ball games for Elmira. Horton got the start against Auburn last week. He's pitching to a 1.42 ERA. No decisions so far on the season. 6 1/3 innings pitched. 6 hits for Horton. 5 runs. Only 1 earned, though. 5 walks, 4 strikeouts. 2 extra base hits and a homer. Pitching to an opposing batting average of .231. Let's take a look at the defensive alignment for the Pioneers. Left to right in the outfield, it'll be Shane Starr in left field. Dylan Fatovich in his usual spot. In center, TJ Grimesti is over and right. Brendan Hammer is at third base. The shortstop's Liam O'Neill. Jacob Moniz is at second. And for the Pioneers at first base is Michael Palmer. Doing the catching is Brandon Dowback, last night's hero, for Luke Horton. So O'Neill gets the start at shortstop tonight. Liam has made a couple errors at the position. Leads the Pioneers in strikeouts with 11. He'll offensively look to get the engine going, but the Pios in good spirits overall. If that right now is towards the worst of their issues, Elmira has gotten themselves back in a really good position. 6 wins in their last 7. 4 wins in a row, 5 in their last 6 here at Dunn Field. Auburn rolls into town faring not too bad either. 7-4-1 overall, third place in the PGCBL West Division, although just about 2.5 or 3 hours from now, fortunes could change for that, as the Pioneers look to pick up home win number 6 in 8 ball games at Dunn Field. Horton's finishing his warm-up tosses, Vivacqua getting set to dig in from the left side on a beautiful Wednesday night here in Elmira, New York. Brendan Hammer, you've seen him get some more time at the third base position. He'll start back there tonight for the Pioneers. For Horton, it'll be his second start off the bump on the season. Again, his last start last Tuesday came against Auburn. As Vivacqua gets set to dig in from the left side to lead off the ball game. Vivacqua batting .357 on the season. 10 hits, 2 extra base hits, a homer, and 5 RBIs. Crowd getting on their feet. And we're ready to go on a Wednesday evening. Horton takes his spot from the windup on the right side of the rubber, kicks and fires, and the first pitch of tonight's ball game is high and away for ball 1. It'll be Vivacqua followed by Adam Sullivan, the shortstop out of Lemoyne College, and Sam Meyer, the center fielder here in the Auburn half of the first. Changeup is low from Horton. 2 balls and no strikes the count. A 40% chance of rain in the Elmira area at 7 p.m., 35% at 8 p.m. Pioneers and Doubledays are hoping that the weather will hold off as Horton fires a strike over the inside corner to Vivacqua. Kindly asking the home plate umpire where that was located. Brandon Dowback getting another opportunity behind the plate. We've seen his offensive prowess up to a .250 batting average on the season. Called strike as Horton fires the next offering, a heater over the outside corner. So Luke's worked back from 2 balls and no strikes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. The walks have been a bit of a slight issue for Horton, although he's got a 0-0 record And there's a called strike 3 over the inside corner. Beautiful backdoor breaking ball to catch Vivacqua looking for the first down of the ball game. Horton 5 walks through 6 and a third. 4 strikeouts. Now 5 walks and 5 strikeouts through 6 and 2/3 across 2+ appearances for him. 1 out and the base is empty. Second consecutive lefty to come to the plate. It'll be Adam Sullivan, the shortstop. Horton offers a swing and a miss. A fastball that Sullivan was way ahead of. 0-1. If you go back to 8 days ago, Auburn put up a 4 spot in the top of the first. Were granted some extra passes, but the fastball for Horton, he was trying to establish ahead and early as he gets a slider over the inside corner here. Quickly ahead, 0-2 on the 2-hitter Sullivan. But Michael G. Martino made him pay on a 2-strike pitch, drove one deep down the right field line. It's the second homer against the Pios this season. This one tapped in front of the mound. Horton fields, fires to first, just in time to beat the hustling Sullivan for out number 2. A nice calm play made off the mound by Horton. Ranges about 30 feet in on the grass. Took a bit of an awkward hop, but nonetheless he's able to handle it and make a strong throw over to Palmer, covering at first. So 2 outs and the base is empty. Just underway here in Elmira. No score between the Doubledays and the Pioneers. Third matchup of the season between both squads. Both teams vying for sole possession of third place by the end of tonight. Righty-on-righty matchup, squaring to bunt and drawing it back and taking ball 1 is the center fielder Sam Meyer. Two quick outs for Horton, who's going to look to keep the pitch count low, although the Pioneers did a fantastic job last night of not biting too much into that relief. They played that continuation game in which they were ahead 8-3 on Geneva in the bottom of the fourth. All final 15 outs of that ball game came courtesy of Larson Birch, a great long relief effort for him. You have multiple guys like Zach Nelson, Michael Cobb, Giovanni Valerio available in tonight's ball game. Could even see Nolan Terwilliger spun back into the mix. Nolan was great against Niagara Falls on Sunday. Struck out 4 batters through 2 innings. Here's the 2-1 pitch, breaking ball just high and inside. Well located and a good frame job by Dubeck. Nonetheless, count runs to 3-1. We mentioned the walks being an issue. Should be curious to see what Horton goes here with a 3-1 count. Good hitters count for the 3-hitter Meyer. And the pitch is a bit low, taken for ball 4. Well located fastball by Horton, just misses below the knees. So following the Vivacqua strikeout and the Sullivan ground out on the tapper in front of the mound, Sam Meyer walks, a 2-out base runner. And last time's ball game against Auburn, Luke Horton got 2 outs quickly, but then the score outpour occurred after that. 4 runs in the opening 2/3 against Horton. A light throw over to first base to keep an eye on Sam Meyer. It's a designated hitter, Kieran Kehoe, to come to the plate. Top of the first inning, 2 outs, no score. Runner takes off outside, throw to second base, and sliding in ahead of the tag, well ahead of the tag, was Meyer. A stolen base for him as he gets into scoring position with 2 outs. For Meyer, that's already stolen base number 5 on the season. He's tied for the team lead with Josh Thompson, who also is in the Auburn lineup in tonight's ball game. 1-0 the count with 2 outs. Outfield at medium depth. The base hit scores a run for Auburn. With the cleanup hitter Kehoe at the dish, takes a ball low. It's 2-0. Kieran Kehoe on the season, batting .324 across 34 plate appearances. 11 hits, 2 extra base hits, and 8 RBIs. Third on the Doubledays in RBIs. As the breaking pitch outside, Horton now behind in the count, 3-0. Adam Sullivan, who you saw in the 2-hole, batting .355 on the season. He leads the Doubledays with 11 RBIs through 12 ball games. 3-0 the pitch, righty-on-righty matchup with 2 outs. Horton kicks and fires, and the fastball catches the inside corner for a called strike 1. The Let's Go Pios chant being directed by the background of the organ sound. 3-1 with 2 outs. Hit on the ground foul, wide of third, so Horton doing a nice job working back from 3-0 to a full count. 2 outs, top of the first. The speedy Meyer ranges off the second base bag. Just underway in Elmira, no score between the Doubledays and the Pioneers. Horton working out of the stretch position, a tall, lanky right-handed frame. Comes set right side of the rubber. A brief look at Meyer, delivers the payoff pitch, grounded foul towards the Doubledays dugout. Rolls up along the warning track, so we'll do the payoff pitch again. Pioneers have collectively given up 15 runs across 18 innings. The Doubledays this season, who have found their luck offensively against Elmira. Pio's trying to prevent it here. Payoff pitch on the way with 2 outs, kicking and firing, and another foul ball by Kehoe. Doubledays doing a good job of staying alive in counts early and slowly working the pitch count of the righty starter in Luke Horton. Auburn overall a .288 batting average. Their on-base percentage eclipses the Pioneers by 24 percentage points. A .412 on-base percentage versus a .388. Snap throw back to second base. Moniz wasn't covering the bag. He had to quickly hurry over there to keep an eye on Sam Meyer. Luke Horton trying to differ his looks and keep the potential go-ahead run for Auburn honest. Payoff pitch with 2 outs and another spin and no throw this time from Horton. Just inducing a dive back from Sam Meyer, who extended his lead to about 15 to 20 feet off the bag, sprawling off second, looking to get a head start. Payoff pitch fouled off. Pioneers might have gotten lucky there. Although the at-bat continues, that was likely ball 4 on an outside fastball from Horton. Feeling the need to protect the plate was Kehoe as he just taps it foul near the Pio's dugout. So we'll do the payoff pitch again. 3-game win streak for Auburn coming in. 6th overall in the PGCBL in runs. 4th in hits. And a combined 5th in extra base hits. 17 for them on the season through 12 ball games so far. A swing and a miss. Inside changeup from Horton. And the side is retired. In the top of the first inning, 2 strikeouts for Luke. No runs and no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We played a half inning, no score at Dunn Field here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to the bottom of the first inning as the Doubledays have taken the field behind their right-hander Hunter Lefkis. Let's take a look at the Elmira Pioneers starting lineup once again. It'll be Brendan Hammer, the third baseman, to lead things off. TJ Grimesti is in right field. He'll bat second. John Simmons is the EH. He'll bat third. Anthony Manganiello is the DH. He'll bat fourth. Brandon Dowbeck is the catcher. He'll bat fifth. Michael Palmer at first base will bat sixth. Liam O'Neill, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Jacob Moniz at second base will bat eighth. Shane Starr in left field will bat ninth. Dylan Fadovich rounding out the batting order this evening. Bit of a different role for him. You've seen him interchange spots with Ben Rohde. It's neither tonight in the leadoff spot. It's Brendan Hammer, the third baseman, instead, going up against the right-hander in Hunter Lefkis. Lefkis spending time at Donovan Catholic High School in Ocean Gate, New Jersey. Played baseball for the Griffins in the Shore Conference, just completing his freshman season at St. Peter's University in Jersey City, New Jersey. Righty-on-righty matchup with Hammer, no score. Home half of the first inning. Pioneers looking to do work. Good damage, that is, against the righty Lefkis. First pitch to Hammer, fouled off, first base side out of play, 0-1. Take a look at the defensive alignment for Auburn. Thompson, Meyer, and DeCerbo left to right in the outfield. Mike Bonfiglio is at third. Sullivan, the shortstop. That's Adam Sullivan. You have Josh Thompson at second base. As we said, tied for the team lead in stolen bases now with Sam Meyer with 5. Caden Albright's over at first. Anthony DeCesare doing the catching. Again, an extra hitter and a designated hitter for both squads. Most teams batting 10 in this perfect game collegiate baseball league. Nothing into the count. 2 foul balls from Hammer. Lefkis sets out of the stretch position. Kicks and fires, and he clips Hammer in on the arm. So the Pioneers will take it. A hit batsman to lead off the bottom of the first. So here comes TJ Grimesti. He had a runner on last time against the Doubledays and deposited an absolute rocket over the left field wall. That then cut the deficit to 4-2 Auburn in the bottom of the first inning of last game against Auburn, an affair in which the Pioneers took 7-5 at Dunn Field 8 days ago. Hammer, a short lead off of first, now extends it with nobody out. Second consecutive righty-on-righty matchup to open the bottom of the first, and the high fastball from Lefkis catches the letters for a called strike one. Grimesti batting .407 on the season, an 11-12 OPS. Video game-like numbers for the rising Florida Atlantic University sophomore, who watches a slider over the outside corner. TJ takes for ball one. The plate discipline and execution, such a key facet of so many hitters, but something that's demonstrated as a regularity from Grimesti. Already 6 walks on the season. He's gotten plunked 3 times. Again, an on-base percentage of a whopping .556. He's reached base in 18, or check that, 15 of 27 plate appearances this season. Otherworldly stuff for him. He'll look to continue it here. 0-2, or rather 1-2. Check that with nobody out. And firing a fastball away is Lefkis. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count with nobody out. Middle infield for Auburn is at double play depth. Holding on Hammer on the first base bag is Albright. In at the bag at third is Bonfiglio. 2-2. Fastball misses high. Grimesti has worked a full count. If you listen to Pio's pregame, that's something Andy Drum talked about. He liked that his team was able to work full counts, said the plate approaches have been getting continuously better throughout the course of the season. Payoff pitch on the way to Grimesti with nobody out. A high fly ball deep down the left field line that's going to go foul. TJ just missing it and was ahead way early. Was sitting dead red on a Lefkis fastball there. Knows that Lefkis doesn't want to put 2 on with nobody out to a Pio's offense that has continuously risen. Started just a couple games ago with about a 210, 220 batting average. Now it's up to 245. The on-base percentage steadily increasing as well. Pio's finding their offensive rhythm and making a lot of contact in the games. 3-2, that pitch is high for ball 4. Missing with a breaking ball is Lefkis. He wasn't able to get it down enough in the zone. So the second consecutive free pass allowed by the right-hander. Hammer reaches on a hit batsman, and Grimesti reaches on a walk. So it'll be Hammer off a second, Grimesti off a first with nobody out. And here comes John Simmons to the plate. Simmons 1 for 3 in last night's ball game. 2 doubles, came around to score in the bottom of the 7th, and led off the bottom of the 7th inning with that rocketing double, which just put a jolt of momentum into the Pios. Righty on lefty matchup with Lefkis, with nobody out, and the first offering is a fastball for a called strike one to Simmons over the outer half. Just underway, bottom of the first inning. Pioneers looking to strike first. Once again, righty Lefkis to the lefty Simmons, with Hammer dancing off the second base bag. 2 looks from Lefkis, and the fastball just misses off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Simmons batting .368 through the opening 6 ball games, a .632 slug percentage. A .1090 OPS for him. Second on the Pioneers behind TJ Grimesti. 1-1 the count with nobody out. Hammer continues to dance off a second, widens his lead to about 20 feet, and the breaking ball misses outside. Lefkes attempting to execute a backdoor slider to catch the corner, unable to. Simmons executing strong plate discipline. 2-1 the count with nobody out. In the top of the first inning for Luke Horton, a walk and 2 strikeouts. No runs come in to score on no hits, no errors, and they strand a runner on base. Missing outside with a fastball to Simmons as Lefkes. 3-1 the count. Be curious to see if John sits on a fastball in the zone here. He can do some damage. He'll look to do it here. 3-1 pitch with 1 out is taken just low for ball 4. It looked like the home plate umpire was gearing up to call a strike and then opted not to. So the second walk of the inning, third straight free pass allowed by Lefkes. The bases are loaded for Elmira with nobody out, and they haven't even gotten a hit yet. A repetitive theme that's occurring from last night's ball game as well. 6 runs for Elmira. All it took was 4 hits to win. They had 3 hits in the bottom of the 7th, an inning in which they plated 5 runs. A hit in the bottom of the 1st. That was John Simmons' double. And then he came in to score thanks to a hit batsman from Manganello. He tagged up. And then there was a wild pitch that allowed Simmons to come to the plate. Bases are loaded for the Pios with nobody out. Hunter Lefkes already finding himself in some hot water. Pitched to a 7.08 ERA. At St. Peter's University this year, ironically enough, a 1-0 record in the process across 9 appearances. Only got the start in 1 game. The other 8 were relief. 20 of the 3rd innings pitched gave up 16 hits, 16 runs. All of them earned 19 walks and 10 strikeouts. So we know the walks are his kryptonite. But when he pitches to the zone, he pitches to an opposing batting average of .216. Pioneers' collective batting average is .245, so something has to give here. Pios with the advantage offensively. It'll be Anthony Manganiello, the left fielder. Rather, the DH in tonight's ball game played left field yesterday for the Pios. Lines one down the right field line. Just fair. Coming in to score is Hammer. Gramesti right behind him. O'Neal gets the wave. He comes to the plate. He'll score. A bases clearing double for Manganiello. And the Pios lead 3-0 with nobody out in the home half of the first. So a great job by Elmira to take advantage of the bases loaded and nobody out, and they make Lefkes pay for the 3 free passes in the biggest way. A hit batsman and 2 walks, and now a hit produces 3 runs in the inning, and the Pios aren't nearly done yet. It's the 5-hitter to come to the plate in Brandon Dowbeck, last night's hero, the sophomore out of Lafayette College. He digs in from the right side against Lefkes with Manganiello off a second. Manganiello messing with Lefkes' timing, who gives one look and delivers a breaking ball inside. Dowbeck takes just above the letters, 1-0. So 3-0, the Pioneers lead. A rude greeting for the starting pitcher Lefkes. 0-1, or rather 1-0, misses high to Dowbeck. 2 balls and no strikes the count. For Manganiello, one of 2 Northwood University players, he expands upon that .556 batting average he had in 4 games entering tonight's ball game. That's his 6th hit on the season. RBIs number 3, 4, and 5, making his impact be felt. Tied with Sam Gettinger for 2nd on the Pioneers in RBIs, just 1 behind the aforementioned TJ Gramesti. And the Pios are nowhere near done yet. Dowbeck up in the count, 3-0, and now 4-0. Draws a 4-pitch walk, 3rd walk of the inning issued by the starting pitcher Lefkes. And the Doubledays bullpen starting to get loose. 1st and 2nd for Elmira. 3 runs home in the Pioneers' half of the 1st inning. And Michael Palmer, the Elmira native, will come to the plate. The Pios are absolutely rolling right now. As we alluded to, 4 consecutive wins. 6 wins in their last 7 ball games following what was a lackluster, putrid 0-3 beginning, but it's all been washed away now. They'll be at the quarter mark of the season at the end of tonight. Palmer calls time, steps out of the box, and now digs back in. It's a righty on lefty matchup. 2 runners on for the Pios with nobody out. Manganello leads off a second, down back off at first. Right-hander Lefkis sets from the stretch, kicks and fires, and the breaking ball misses inside at the knees of Palmer, 1-0. Fans and crowd actively engaged. Remember, just in case this were to become a weather-shortened ball game, not to insinuate that the weather's nearly that bad tonight, but if it ever became that, you always want to have a lead. Pios are controlling their own destiny right now. They're ahead 3. Still no outs here in their half of the first inning. Outfield playing relatively deep. Middle infield moves back to their regular double play depth. Bonfiglio even with the bag at third. In at the bag at first is Albright, taking a slow slider over the outer half for a called strike 2 as Palmer. So Palmer, the 6th batter to come to the plate for the Pios in the first inning. 1-2 the count, still nobody out. The 3 RBI double off the bat of Manganiello has Elmira ahead 3-0. 1-2, Lefkis steals, and the fastball misses high and away to Palmer, 2-2. Lefkis comes set, right side of the rubber, gives Manganiello a look, fires the breaking ball, swatted foul, third base side out of play. Head coach Andy Drum, coaching the third base position, had to duck out of the way from that line drive from Palmer, who was just a tad late at recognizing the backdoor slider executed by Lefkis. A high fly ball deep to right field from Palmer. That ball is gone! A 3-run shot for Palmer, and the Pios have put up a touchdown here in the bottom of the first. They lead 6-0. Manganiello and Dowbeck come in to score on the first round tripper of the season from Palmer. And Elmira has blown it wide open. 6 runs on 2 hits. Still nobody out. First pitch to O'Neill is a called strike. Slider over the inside corner. What a bottom of the first. Still nobody out. Elmira ahead by 6. As a left-hander's getting set in the Auburn bullpen. Breaking ball misses outside to O'Neill. 1-1 the count. Next offering from Lefkis. Misses low and away. 2-1 to O'Neill. For Palmer, that's homer number 1. Extra base hit number 2. RBIs number 2, 3, and 4. O'Neill steps out of the box. 2-1 the count with nobody out. Home half of the first. Pioneers up 6-0. Righty on righty matchup with the bases empty. Lefkis out of the stretch, kicks and fires. Breaking ball catches the outside corner, called strike 2 to O'Neill. So 2-2 the count with nobody out. Lefkis sets and fires. Breaking ball fouled back by Liam to stay alive. 4 homers and 19 RBIs for O'Neill, who found the power stroke at the University of Bridgeport this season. 22 hits for him with Bridgeport as well. 2-2 with nobody out. And the fastball, O'Neill taking a pitch just off the plate. You could see him getting ready to throw the bat at the outside corner offering, but instead opts to stave off. It's a full count to O'Neill. Still nobody out. Payoff pitch coming low in the dirt for ball 4. So O'Neill, who is looking to improve upon that .091 batting average, but he's got a .524 on base percentage, leads the Pioneers with 8 walks on the season, as now Marcus Smith comes out of the dugout You know what that means, an infinite ERA night for Hunter Lefkis. Doesn't even record an out. Final line for him will be not even a third of an inning pitched. 2 hits for the Pios, 6 runs, all earned, as he delivers 4 walks and no strikeouts. New pitcher coming into the ball game. Elmira coasting 6-0. They lead. Home half of the first here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Elmira. Pioneers lead 6-0. Let's give you a recap of the last 10 minutes, shall we? Brendan Hammer leads off the bottom of the first with a hit batsman. TJ Grimesti walks. Simmons walks. Manganiello clears both Hammer, Grimesti, and Simmons off the bases with a 3 RBI double. And that was just the beginning. Then Brandon Dowbeck walks. Michael Palmer, a 3-run shot, and Liam O'Neill walks. So without even recording an out, Hunter Lefkis is out of the ball game, and a new pitcher in. It's the left-hander Eston Elku. He's got a good fastball with some sink. Played high school baseball for the Ithaca Little Red. Recent graduate of Ithaca High School, just up the road. He's committed to play baseball at Middlebury in a competitive NESCAC conference. His fastball has been seen up to 90 miles an hour. Nasty stuff for a potential 4-year college southpaw. O'Neill leads off at first with nobody out. The first pitch to Jacob Moniz is a hard slider. Jake takes in the dirt. It's 1-0. After Moniz, it'll be Shane Starr and Dylan Fatovich rounding out the Elmira order this evening. 1-0 the count. Lefty on righty matchup. O'Neill, a 10 to 12 foot lead. This one chopped back to the mound. Elku is going to go to second. Sullivan one. Back to first. Relay not in time. It'll be a fielder's choice as O'Neill gets wiped for the first out. Moniz reaches. So finally Auburn gets to slightly exhale. They record 1 out in the inning. It'll be the lefty hitting Shane Starr to come to the dish. Lefty on lefty matchup with Elku with 1 out. Breaking ball misses low and away. 1-0 the count to Starr. Starr batting .273 across 3 games on the season. 3 hits and 2 RBIs. 1-0 from the lefty Elku with 1 out. This one dribbled right back to Elku again. He's going to go to first base, and he throws it wide. Down the right field line, Moniz is going to scurry towards third. He's going to get the wave from Drum. He's going to come to the plate. Starr advances all the way up to third. Moniz scores, and the Pios lead 7-0. The touchdown and the extra point is good. So on the E1, Starr gets all the way up to third. That's run number 7 in the inning on just 2 hits and 1 error. Still 1 out, and the Pios pressing for more. Another runner 90 feet away in Starr. And now Fatovich comes to the plate to round out the Elmira batting order. First pitch from Elku is a fastball high and in tight to Dillon. 1 ball and no strikes. Fanovich batting .160 through 7 games played on the season. Still in search of his first RBI. Infield comes in with 1 out. Auburn already in the 7-inning mercy rule danger zone. They trail by 7, just a third into their defensive ball game. Lefty on lefty matchup. Elku comes sent left side of the rubber. 2-0 delivery with 1 out. He skips a fastball in the dirt. 58-footer. Nice stop by the catcher, D. Cesari. 3-0 the count to Fanovich, with Brendan Hammer at the top of the batting order awaiting on deck. .3-0 with 1 out. Missing in the dirt to Fanovich for ball 4 is Elku. So already the 5th walk of the inning issued by a member of Auburn's pitching staff. 1 out, runners on the corners. It'll be Starr off a third, Fanovich off a first, and Brendan Hammer comes to the plate for the second time of the inning, got plunked to lead off the bottom of the first. Short lead for Fanovich off of first with 1 out. A high pop-up to the right side of the infield. Backing up is the second baseman, Thompson, in the shallow outfield grass. Puts it away for out number 2. No advancement from Starr. So a high pop-up from Brendan to no avail. Play goes P4. And with 2 outs, here comes TJ Grimesti. Lefty on righty matchup. A runner in scoring position, 2 runners on. First pitch to Grimesti, he fouls it off. First base side out of play, 0-1. Grimesti walked and came around to score here in the bottom of the first. The 0-1 with 2 outs. Grimesti, a high fly ball behind first base. Second baseman Thompson ranges over. Long run for Albright. They're both out of reach. Right fielder DeCerbo came crashing in, but he had an 100-foot-plus run that he wasn't able to get there in time enough for. So 2 long fly balls foul from Grimesti. 0-2 the count with 2 outs. Elku comes set. Taken off for second is Fanovich, but a called strike 3. Catches Grimesti at the letters. TJ, an unconventional strikeout looking. And that ends a loud bottom of the first for the Pioneers. They score 7 runs on 2 hits with an error and strand 2 runners on base. Let's go to the second. 7-0 Elmira here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. We go to the second inning, and what a bottom of the first that was. 12 hitters come to the plate for the Pioneers, both Hammer and Grimesti twice. As we head to the visitors' half of the second, a long time off in the top of the first, or after the top of the first, shall I say, for Luke Horton. But he could care less as he takes the mound with a 7-run lead. It'll be the righty swinging Anthony DeCesare to come to the plate. He rolls one on the ground to Moniz, covering back at the first base pack, just getting there in time. No! Safe is the call, and folks, I do not think that one was correct. Palmer clearly had his foot down. From the naked eye in the broadcast booth, you could even tell that. Before getting to the bag was DeCesare, so he'll leg out an infield single, supposedly, and he'll be on with nobody out. What an athletic play from Palmer. I think that call might have been more just DeCesare getting the benefit of the doubt. You compliment his hustle down the first base line, a lot of speed. And in all fairness, to our field umpire tonight, that's a tough call to make from the position that he's in. But certainly from this angle at least, it looked like the Pioneers rallied to make a broken play beautiful. But nonetheless, DeCesare's on with nobody out. 0-1 count to the lefty swinging Josh Thompson, second baseman for Auburn in tonight's ballgame. Takes the next offering from Horton low for ball one. So 1-1 the count. With nobody out, top of the second, Elmira with a 7-run lead. Breaking pitch inside for a called strike two. Might have been a changeup. Horton looking for his third strikeout in an inning plus. 1-2 on the way, a high fly ball to center field. Ranging in is Fadovich. He settles under it and puts it away for out number one. So one out and a runner on first here in the top of the second. And that'll bring up the right fielder Gianni DeCerbo to the plate. DeCerbo will dig in from the right side. Right-handed hitter out of Hamilton College. And the breaking pitch skips away from the catcher Dubeck, rolls to the backstop, advancing up to second base. On the pass ball is DeCesare. So DeCesare advances into scoring position with one out. A 1-0 count to the righty swinging Gianni DeCerbo in the 7-hole tonight for the Doubledays. DeCerbo batting .398 for the Continentals across 28 ball games this season. Swings and misses. 1-1 the count. 83 at-bats, 33 hits, 9 extra base hits, 2 homers, and 20 RBIs. DeCerbo building off a freshman season in which he only had one start in 9 ball games as he lines one just over the leaping try of O'Neal into left field for a base hit. Rounding and stopping at third base. Throw comes in to O'Neal from the left fielder Starr. So Auburn set up on the corners with one out. DeCesare will be on third. DeCerbo depositing the second hit of the inning for the Doubledays. He'll be off the first. So here comes Colson Thompson. He'll bat from the right side with one out. Pio's ahead by 7 in the top of the second inning. Horton comes sent from the right side of the rubber. Small lead for DeCerbo off of first. And the breaking pitch high and in tight to Thompson, 1-0. With one out. Horton dots a fastball inside corner at the knees, taken for a called strike one. Thompson batting .071 through 5 starts on the season. Just a hit. That came as a homer and an RBI as he almost gets clipped inside by the fastball from Horton. 2 balls and a strike the count. Two one. Thompson takes just high at the letters. 3 balls and a strike. Auburn in jeopardy of dropping 1-2 to the Pioneers, and 2-4-1 through their opening 7 ball games on the road. 3-1 pitch coming with 1 out. Horton kicks and fires. Line back to the screen. Foul, 3-2. So it'll be a payoff pitch with 1 out. DeCesare leads off at third. DeCerbo off at first. Pioneers with a 7 spot on 2 hits and 1 error in the home half of the first. 2 hits through a third of an inning here to open up the second against Horton. Auburn will look to pay Horton, or make Horton pay as a result, and now they'll really look to make him pay. Bases loaded with 1 out. Thompson draws the walk on the pitch low from Horton. DeCerbo will advance to second. DeCesare's at third. And that'll bring up the righty swinging third baseman Mike Bonfiglio to the plate. Bonfiglio, the sophomore out of Branford, Connecticut, digs in from the right side. Batting .400 on the season across 4 games played, 2 hits and 2 RBIs. .971 OPS for Bonfiglio. As it readjusts his batting gloves, Dubeck finishes his conversation on the bump. And now gets back to the plate. Outfield's at medium depth. Even with the third base bag is Hammer. Palmer is in at the lip of the infield grass at first. As the first offering from Horton is a fastball outside, 1-0 the count. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts so far through an inning and a third for the Elmira starter. Horton sets and fires. 1-0 misses high and in tight, 2-0. Horton, inside corner, called strike with a fastball. So 2-1 the count with 1 out. Top of the second inning, Pioneers lead 7-0. No runs on 2 hits and 1 error for the Doubledays. 7 runs on 2 hits and no errors for the Pioneers. 2-1, outside corner, called strike 2. Taken at the letters, beautifully spotted and framed by the catcher Dubeck. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Boy, what a relief this could be if the Pios could get out of the inning unscathed. Still some heavy sledding to do before then. 2-2. This one driven into shallow right field. Going to be a long run for Grimesti, who comes in, settles under it, makes the catch. The throw home, not even budging off a third, was DeCesare. A one-hop laser beam from Grimesti right into the catcher Dubeck. From the hottest Pioneer to another offensively, Grimesti makes sure DeCesare stays put at third. A huge second out for Horton, who is behind in the count. 2 balls and no strikes, battled back to 2-2, and induced the fly ball to shallow right field there, aided by Grimesti's speed. So the F9 sets up bases loaded and 2 outs. It's the first baseman, Caden Albright, digging in from the right side. Horton sets and fires, breaking ball in the dirt. Dubeck scooted over into the lefty box in anticipation of the potentiality of a passed ball, 1-0. Horton working quickly, out of the windup, kicks and fires with the bases loaded. Fastball at the knees, taken for a called strike 1. So 1-1 the count to the righty hitting Albright with 2 outs. Bases loaded for Auburn. They trail 7-0. Breaking ball catches the inside corner, 1-2. Horton's now a pitch away from getting out of the inning. There'll be a payoff, or a 1-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball in the dirt. Well read by the catcher Dubeck. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Albright, an attendee of Cortland High School, predominantly manning the shortstop position. Committed to play baseball at the University of Binghamton beginning in 2026. 2-2 the count with 2 outs. Horton comes set, right side of the rubber, kicks and fires. Inside corner, called, strike 3 to Albright. And that concludes the top half of the second for Auburn. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, 3 runners stranded on base. Another strikeout in the inning for Horton. He's got 3 through 2 as we head to the home half of the second. Pio's up 7-0 here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Dunn Field. Pios lead 7-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. It'll be John Simmons to lead things off for the Pioneers, and he takes the fastball inside from the left-hander Eston Elku. 1 ball and no strikes the count. What a top of the second for Luke Horton. The bases were loaded for the Doubledays. With 1 out, he induces a soft pop-up into shallow right field that TJ Grimesti retrieves. Following that, he gets a strikeout to retire the first baseman, Caden Albright, at 18 years old, committed to Binghamton University. Some offensive pop and prowess for Albright, but he strands the bases loaded for his squad down 7. 1-1 the count, and the next offering inside corner called strike 2. 1-2 the count to Simmons with nobody out. Simmons with a hit in at least each of his last 3 ball games. Pops one up here into shallow center field. Ranging in is Meyer. Out is the shortstop, Sullivan. Sullivan makes the catch, but he tumbles with his center fielder, Meyer, who's a little bit shaken up in shallow center. So a high pop from Simmons for the first out of the bottom of the second. And now you hope for the health and well-being of Meyer, who gingerly gets up and saunters back to his center field position. So Anthony Manganiello comes to the plate. The 3-run double in the bottom of the first. One of the 2 big blows. A 3-run double for Manganiello and a 3-run homer off the bat of Michael Palmer. And Manganiello gets plunked on the inside slider from Elku, who couldn't locate that. So second consecutive inning with at least a base runner for Elmira. And the second hit batsman through an inning and a third for Auburn pitching combined. 2 hits for the Doubledays in the top of the second inning. Came off the bat of the catcher Anthony DeCesare and the right fielder Gianni DeCerbo. To no avail offensively, though. Want to know the count with 1 out. Elku comes set, left side of the rubber. Keeps Manganiello honest at first. Fires inside to Dowbeck, 2-0. Brandon walked and came around to score. Pios leads 7-0. Bottom of the second inning, Elmira going for win number 5 in a row. And the path to victory could potentially continue to get easier. They welcome Geneva right back into town tomorrow evening. Should be another nice night for a ball game. Weather starting to cool off. It was a humid day in the Elmira area, but turning out to be a beautiful night for baseball. Shadows starting to creep in between the mound and home plate. Elku fires a breaking ball just off the outside corner. 3-1 the count with 1 out to the righty hitting catcher Dubeck. Manganiello a short lead off the first base bag, who's been so impactful since his arrival here in Elmira. In just a few short ball games, already an on-base percentage well above 500, a batting average in that same margin too. As Dubeck fouls back the next offering from Elku. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count with 1 out. Pios leads 7-0, home half of the second. Elku, first reliever in the ballgame for Auburn, kicks and fires from the left side of the rubber, and he misses high and in tight with a fastball to Dubeck. So Brandon walks. Pios are set up with 2 runners on and 1 out. So Dubeck walks for the second time in the ballgame. Manganiello advances to second. And now Michael Palmer comes to the dish. Rocketed a 3-run shot down the right field line in the bottom of the first. That then gave Elmira a 6-0 lead. First pitch from the lefty Elku, high and in tight to Palmer. It's 1-0. Fastball misses high. 2 balls and no strikes the count. High fly ball by Palmer, deep to center field, settling under it is Meyer. He puts it away from out number 2. No advancement from Manganiello. So a long fly ball off the end of the bat from Palmer. It carries out to deep left center. For the second out of the inning. And here comes Liam O'Neill. As we alluded to, O'Neill entering today's ball game with a .524 batting average. Home plate umpire has come out from his home plate position. He's in the middle of the diamond right now. Not entirely sure what this is about. Pios have batted in order all day. Cannot be that issue. Potentially a defensive replacement or substitution I'm currently unaware of in the outfield. We'll look to get up to speed on that in a few brief moments. Elku comes set, left side of the rubber, fires to O'Neill. Fastball high and in tight, 1-0. Pioneers dug out in vivacious spirits, and for good reason. About to potentially win their 5th consecutive ball game, well within mercy rule range now. As out to the mound for a chat with his southpaw Elku is the catcher D. Cesare. This is a pitcher-catcher battery that are just graduating high school this year. D. Cesare out of Yorktown Heights, New York, committed to the University of Delaware. And Eston Elku out of Ithaca, New York, committed to Middlebury College. Want to know the count to the righty swinging O'Neill with 2 outs. Manganiello leads off a second. Dubeck off a first. Pios with a 7-0 lead, an inning and 2/3 in against 2 Auburn pitchers, Hunter Lefkis and Eston Elku. Next offering a hearty swing and a miss. Fastball down the middle of the plate. Liam cuts through, 1-1 the count. Liam has appeared in half the ball games for the Pios so far this season. 5 games for Liam. Only 1 RBI to his name. He'll look to drive in another here. 1-1 with 2 outs. And the fastball misses high and away from Elku. 2 balls and a strike. Elku with a strong backdoor slider has seen executing his fastballs as high as 90 miles an hour. Can certainly kick it from the left side of the rubber, going into a very competitive NESCAC Conference. 2-1 pitch to O'Neill with 2 outs. Fastball outside corner. Liam takes for a called strike 2. O'Neill shaking his head no. 1-2 the count. O'Neill a hit and RBI. He scored 3 runs on the season. Drawn 8 walks. 2-2 with 2 outs. Manganiello leads off second. Breaking ball catches the outside corner for a called strike 3. O'Neill with a couple parting comments as he heads to the dugout, and that'll end the bottom of the second inning for Elmira. So for the Pioneers, they get no runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 runners stranded on base. We'll take it to the third, 7-0 Pios lead here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Seven 0 the Pioneers lead as we head to the top of the third inning. Caden Albright struck out to end the top of the second inning. All 10 batters in the Auburn order have come to the plate, so it's back to the top of the batting order. And the extra hitter in tonight's ball game, it's Tyler Vivacqua, digging in from the left side against the righty Horton. And Luke misses inside with a fastball, 2-0 the count. Pioneers with a 7-run advantage. They got a 7-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning. Had some traffic on the bases in the bottom of the second, but were unable to score. Liam O'Neill struck out looking. His team leading 12th strikeout of the season as Liam took a fastball over the outside corner. 3-0 the count with nobody out. Horton rocks and fires. Fastball on the inside corner, called strike 1. Horton's gotten through 2 innings of no-run ball on 2 hits. He's walked 2 and struck out 3. 3-1 behind Vivacqua, who's on for ball 4. So Vivacqua reaches base for the first time in the ball game. Already the 3rd walk issued by Horton through 2+ innings. As Adam Sullivan comes to the plate, he tapped back to the mound, and Horton, his first trip to the plate in the top of the first inning. Righty on lefty matchup with nobody out. Horton comes set right side of the rubber, delivers, and a swing and a miss. Beautiful changeup executed over the outside corner to begin Sullivan's at bat. It's 0-1. Sullivan, a .283 hitter at Lemoyne College this season. Digs in from the left side of the plate. And awaits an 0-1 from the righty. Horton with one out. Kicks and fires right side of the rubber. That crossed up. Dubek skips off him to the backstop. Racing around second now. Headed all the way for third is Vivacqua. And he'll get up there. The throw comes over to third base, where Hammer has to come in a few steps to prevent that from taking an awkward bounce and caroming down the left field line. So 1-1 the count. Vivacqua already up to third. Pioneers infield will play back. Outfield at medium depth. They'll let the run score. But a costly pass ball there as Vivacqua goes all the way from first to third. A 1-1 count to Sullivan. Fastball inside corner. Sullivan takes for a called strike two. One-two with nobody out. Breaking ball. Dubek like a wall. Keeps it in front of him. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So it'll be a 2-2 with nobody out. Righty on lefty matchup. Kicking and firing is Horton. He misses just time with a fastball. It'll be a payoff pitch on the way to Adam Sullivan. Sullivan batting .355 on the season. 11 hits and a team leading 11 RBIs. He'll look for number 12 here, and he's going to get it. A fly ball deep to center field. Fatovich will range over in the gap. He'll put it away. Tagging is Vivacqua. He'll come in to score. So 1 out and the base is empty. Here in the top half of the third. But the first run of the ball game comes in for Auburn. So 1 out and the base is empty. Pioneers with a 6-run lead. 2 1/3 into Luke Horton's outing. On the RBI sac fly from Adam Sullivan. And that'll bring up the center fielder, Sam Meyer. First offering from Horton to Meyer, righty on righty matchup, inside for ball 1. So Vivacqua walked, goes first to third on the pass ball. Self-inflicted wounds slightly hurting the Pioneers. Likely to no avail in tonight's ball game, though. Still ahead by 6 runs. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 error for the Doubledays. 7 runs on 2 hits and no errors for the Pioneers. 1-1 count with 1 out. Top of the third inning. This one grounded past the dive of the shortstop O'Neill into left field for a base hit. Had to pause for a second. Thought that O'Neill was scurrying to the backhand side. At best, he would have just kept it in the infield. Trickles into left. So the first hit of the inning, with a run already home for Auburn, comes off the bat of the center fielder Meyer, who's reached base twice. And here comes the designated hitter, Kieran Kehoe. First offering to the righty swinging Kehoe is fouled off, third base side out of play. One 0-1 the count with 1 out. Top of the third inning. The cleanup hitter Kehoe at the dish takes a breaking ball high and inside. 1-1 with 1 out. Pios with a 6-run lead. Top of the third. Being out-hit by Auburn, but not outscored where it matters most. Up 6 on the big board as a throw for the first. Bit of a high throw had to be corralled in at first base by Palmer. Mike in the ballgame, the 3-run shot in the bottom of the first, a fly ball to deep center in the bottom of the second. We have 1-1 to Kehoe, and a high fly ball to deep right field. Grimesti going back on his horse, way back to the warning track to the wall. It bounces up against the base of the right center field wall. Racing around third base and stopping there is Meyer on a 1-out double off the bat of Kehoe. So the second hit of the inning, and Auburn set up 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. They'll bring up the righty swinging catcher, Anthony DeCesare. Righty and righty matchup with one out. Horton kicks and fires from the right side of the rubber. A high fly ball deep down the left field line, foul by DeCesare. 0-1 the count. Horton sets from the right side of the rubber and fires a line drive deep to right field. Grimesti going back on his horse way back in the gap. It's going to be over his head and up against the wall. Coming in to score easily is Meyer Kehoe right behind him. He'll score on a one-out, two-run double off the bat of DeCesare, and Auburn closes it now to a 7-3 ball game. So 3 runs on 3 hits in the inning for Auburn with 1 out. That'll bring Andy Drum out to the mound with the Pioneers bullpen getting loose. Luke Horton spending some time as a relief pitcher. He's getting that conversation, now gets the handshake from his manager Drum. 5 hits against in 2 1/3. He walks 3 and strikes out 3 in the process. 3 earned runs on 3 hits. He'll depart with Elmira ahead 4. 2 1/3 into the ball game. We'll take a short time out here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Seven to 3, the Pioneers lead. Top of the 3rd inning with 1 out. Luke Horton gets knocked out of the ball game. 3 earned runs on 5 hits. As he walks 3, strikes out 3. Final line for him across 2 1/3 innings of work. Michael Cobb comes into the game. Cobb appeared in relief against Auburn on June 7th. 2 innings pitched. Gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, walked 2. And failed to strike out any. He'll go up against Josh Thompson, the second baseman. Lefty-on-lefty matchup with 1 out. DeCesare with the 2-run double has closed it to a 4-run ball game, 1-0, as Cobb misses outside with a breaking ball. Thompson flew out to center field his first time up in the top of the 2nd inning. Cobb's next offering is a fastball outside, 2-0 the count. The 2-0. Breaking ball misses outside from Cobb. Quickly behind to the count. 3 balls and no strikes. 3-0 with one out. Fastball misses away and gets away from the catcher. Dubek. DeCesare will advance to third. So first and third with one out on a pass ball from Dubek. So the rough inning for the Pioneers continues. They began with a 7-0 lead. It's now 7-3. So with one out, that'll bring up Gianni DeCerbo. So DeCerbo's up with one out. Lefty on righty matchup with Cobb. And a quick pick, snap throw back to first base. Getting back in time was Josh Thompson. So Cobb's going to look to work out of some trouble. Issued ball 4. Now the first offering to DeCerbo is a called strike, 0-1. DeCesare will lead off at third. Thompson off at first. One out, top of the third. Pios with a 4-run lead. Cobb will look for a ground ball here, 0-1. Flied behind first base. Palmer and Gramesty giving a look down the right field line. Bounces in foul grounds. TJ had to rush a long ways over. So 0-2 the count with one out. To the righty swinging DeCerbo. DeCerbo singled in the top of the second and was stranded on second base to conclude the top half of the inning. 0-2 count versus Cobb, still looking for his first strikeout in a Pioneers uniform. He'll look to get it here, delivers, and a ground ball into left field for a base hit. A run comes in to score, and that's DeCesare on an RBI single off the bat of DeCerbo. It's now 7-4. Pioneers lead, and the tying run comes to the plate for the Doubledays. So the line continues moving. The 8th batter to come to the plate. As Thompson's up to second, DeCerbo's on first. One out, top of the third. And it's now a 3-run ball game. Lefty on righty matchup as Colson Thompson, the left fielder who walked his first plate appearance, comes to bat. Palmer delivers, runner takes off for third, down back, throw down to third, not in time. Pioneers couldn't nab him, as just sliding in ahead of the tag was Josh Thompson. So 1-0 the count with one out. Runners on the corners for the Doubledays. It's a stolen base for Thompson. So it'll be a 1-0 with one out to the left fielder Thompson. Cobb sets from the left side of the rubber, delivers in a high fly ball deep to right field. Gramesty going back, way back to the warning track, and it bounces up against the wall. Coming in to score is Thompson. DeCerbo on his horse, races around third. He gets the wave to come to the plate. The relay throw from O'Neill. Tag unable to be applied from Dowbeck. 2-run score. It's a 2-run double for Colson Thompson. Just like that, Auburn's made it 7-6. A 6-run top of the third for the Doubledays, who have 5 hits in the inning, and we're just 1 out in. It'll be Mike Bonfiglio, the third baseman, to come to the plate. Now 6 runs on 7 hits and 1 error for the Doubledays, 7 runs on 2 hits and no errors for the Pioneers. Cobb kicks and fires, breaking ball inside corner, called strike one. So it'll be an 0-1 with one out. Cobb sets and fires, breaking ball just off the outside corner, and we're even at a ball and a strike. So 1-1 the count with one out. Lefty on righty matchup. Cobb against Bonfiglio. Fastball high and away, 2-1. What seemed like a snooze fest, at least on the Auburn side. They were down 7-0, has been turned into a danger zone for the Pioneers. 6 runs on 4 hits. Right, check that, 5 hits in the top of the third for the Doubledays. In just a third of an inning, this one grounded to the left side of the infield. O'Neill a diving stab. He'll just knock it down. Reaching first base safely on an infield hit is Bonfiglio. The 6th hit of the inning now for the Doubledays. Oh my goodness. So here comes Caden Albright to the dish. Albright struck out swinging to conclude the top half of the second inning. The Doubledays have batted around here in the third. They have runners on first and second with 1 out. Thompson leads off a second, Bonfiglio off a first. Cobb ready to deal. Breaking ball at the knees for a called strike to Albright. It's 0-1. Cobb sets, one look at Thompson off a second. 0-1 pitch way high and away. Dubek had to dive way beyond the lefty batter's box to retrieve that. We're even at a ball and a strike. What a tough game this would be for the Pioneers. Should fortunes continue to not trend in their direction. Had a 7-run lead after 2 innings. It's now been closed to 1 run by Auburn. This one chopped foul. Third base side out of play. 1-2 the count from Cobb to the 10-hitter Albright. After Albright, it's right back to the top of the batting order in Tyler Vivacqua, the extra hitter, who led off the top of the third with a walk against Horton, came around to score in the process. Cobb comes set left side of the rubber, outfield at medium depth, infield at double play depth. Third baseman Hammer and first baseman in Palmer are back as Cobb delivers a slider in the dirt. Shielded in front of the plate by Dubek. 2 balls and 2 strikes. To Albright with 1 out. Two-two fastball inside corner, called strike 3. Cobb with a much-needed second out. First strikeout for Cobb in a Pioneers uniform. As he retires Albright for the second time of the ball game, it's back to the top of the batting order in Tyler Vivacqua. 6 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for Auburn. 6 runs on 5 hits. Here in the top of the third, through 2/3 of an inning against both Luke Horton and Michael Cobb. Cobb will look to limit any further trouble as best he can here. 2 outs. Pioneers up by a run. Lefty on righty matchup. Top of the batting order in Vivacqua, who takes a slider. Beautiful backdoor pitch executed by Cobb for a called strike 1. So it'll be an 0-1 coming with 2 outs. Vivacqua, a strikeout and a walk in the ball game. Cobb, a lot of looks at second base. Rocks and fires. Fastball just misses the outside corner. Dubek tried to pull it back in, was unsuccessful, 1-1. Cobb comes set, fires 1-1, fisted down the right field line, foul. Finds some open grass, just evades the right field foul line. 1-2 the count from Cobb to Vivacqua. Pios were behind in the ballgame 5-1 against Geneva last night. They've faced adversity and responded nicely. An 0-3 start, multiple weather cancellations and/or suspensions. They find themselves 6-4 in 4th place right now, currently holding the last playoff spot in the PGCBL West Division. Looking to improve upon it. 1-2, outside corner, just missing. Cobb and Dubek wanting the strike 3. Brandon a bit of a shoulder hesitation towards the Pioneers dugout, unable to sell the call. 2-2. As Cobb comes set from the left side of the rubber. Kicks and deals, looking for his ender. This one grounded fair down the third base line and into left field. Rounding third and coming to the plate to score the tying run is Thompson. Bonfiglio to third. Up to second with an RBI double is Vivacqua. And we have a tie ball game at 7. Oh my goodness. 7 runs in 2/3 of an inning against 2 Pioneers pitchers. Zach Nelson continues to get loose in the Elmira bullpen. It'll bring up the lefty swinging Adam Sullivan, who got the run-scoring party started for the Doubledays in the top of the third with an RBI sac fly to Fatovich in deep left center. 7-all the score with 2 outs. Top of the third, Cobb comes set, left side of the rubber. Lefty-on-lefty matchup. Kicks and fires. First offering fouled off in the box by Sullivan, 0-1. What a tough top half of the third. A different adversity challenge today. Pioneers will look to respond. Their mind's eye, should they be able to escape the inning any more or any less damaged, which would be a 7-all game. Basically looking at a 0-0 score. Clean slate wiped 2.5 innings in. 0-1 with 2 outs. Breaking ball misses off the outside corner. 1-1 the count to Sullivan. A warm, humid 77-degree day has given way to a slightly cooler early evening. Here in Elmira, 1-1 pitch with 2 outs. Called strike. Fastball on the outside corner. Sullivan takes 1-2. So Thompson came in to score. Bonfiglio will be off a third. Vivacqua with the RBI double off a second. Fouled off by Sullivan to stay alive. Still 2-2 the count. Vivacqua came in to score the first run on the sac fly from Sullivan right here in the top of the third. 12 batters have come to the plate for Auburn. 1-2 with 2 outs. Breaking ball inside corner, called strike 3. Dubek sells the call that time. 2 backwards Ks in the inning for Michael Cobb, who finally escapes for the Pioneers. But 7 runs in the inning. Come in on 7 hits. No errors and 2 runners stranded on base. A long 2.5 innings in Elmira. 7-all the score between the Pios and Doubledays here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. A clean slate and an opportunity to restart for the Pioneers. A 7-run, uncharacteristic top half of the third inning for the Auburn Doubledays as we get you set here for the bottom of the third inning of action. Jacob Moniz, a high pop-up. The first baseman, Caden Albright, in foul territory, puts it away for out number 1. Not how the Pios intended on getting the home half of the third inning started. So Moniz is retired on a P3. Still yet to reach base safely with a hit or something not a fielder's choice in the ball game as Moniz pops out. With 1 out and the base is empty, it'll be Shane Starr to come to the plate. Lefty-on-lefty matchup with Eston Elku in his second full inning of relief work. delivers a breaking ball inside, 1-0 the count. Star fouls it back, 1-1. Shane in his first trip to the plate today grounded back to Elku at the mound, who fired wide of Albright at first down the right field line. It allowed Star to get all the way up to third base. Shane eventually didn't come in to score, though, as the inning was ended with a caught looking from TJ Grimesti. 2-1 the count with 1 out. As Elku prances behind the mound, gathers himself, and now comes back set from the left side of the rubber. Outfield at medium depth, infield's back. 2-1. Fastball catches the outside corner at the knees to Star. 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Auburn, 7 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. For your Pioneers, 7 runs on 2 hits and no errors. Elku sets and fires, and the fastball low and away in the dirt. Star takes. It's a full count. Shane, the 6 foot, 190-pound lefty swinger out of Franklin Pierce University. Looking to win the battle with Elku here. Payoff pitch with 1 out. Rolled on the ground to third base, foul. Backhanded scoop by Bonfiglio and foul ground. And the count remains 3-2. So it'll be another payoff pitch on the way with 1 out, and the base is empty. 7-7 the score between the Doubledays and the Pioneers here in the home half of the third. Payoff pitch with 1 out. Star swinging a foul back. Wasn't able to be held on to by the catcher, D. Cesari. So it'll be the third consecutive payoff pitch with 1 out to Star. Swinging from the left side of the plate. Star came in batting .273. OPS of .546 on the season. Through 11 at-bats. 3 hits and 2 RBIs as he shoots one here down the left field line. That's a base hit. It gets in front of the left fielder Thompson. Star around first, headed into second, slides in head first safely with a 1-out double. So a nice offensive slight boost there. A jolt of momentum that could potentially shift things back in the Pioneers' direction. As Star, a nice piece of opposite field hitting with 2 strikes. On the payoff pitch offered from Elku. That'll bring up the second consecutive lefty to the dish. In Dylan Fadovich, who rounds out the Pios batting order. Fadovich walked in his first trip to the plate in the bottom of the first inning. 0-0 with 1 out. Lefty on lefty matchup. Elku fires to Fadovich. A fastball catches the outside corner for a called strike. So it'll be an 0-1 with 1 out. Star with the double leads off a second. Breaking ball high and in tight. Fadovich takes 1-1. Dylan batting .160 coming into today's ball game. 4 hits, 4 runs scored, and no RBIs. He's drawn 2 walks on the season as well. One coming with 1 out. Fadovich squares to bunt, now draws it back. Attempted bluff throw back to the second base bag. Star was leaning about 20 to 30 feet off the bag. 2 balls and a strike the count with 1 out. Elku comes set left side of the rubber. A stare at Star off a second. Delivers a high fly ball to right field from Fadovich. Going deep and settling under it is DeCerbo, about 10 feet in front of the warning track, puts it away. A long fire back into the cutoff man Sullivan. Star tags up to third. So a long productive fly out off the bat of Dylan Fadovich, as Star is now 90 feet away, but there's 2 outs in the inning, and it's back to the top of the batting order in Brendan Hammer. So Hammer will bat from the right side of the plate with 2 outs against the lefty Elku. First pitch to Brendan. Chopped foul. Behind home plate, 0-1. Hammer in his first two trips to the plate. A hit batsman to lead off the bottom of the first against Hunter Lefkis, and then popped out against Elku for the second out of the bottom of the first inning. 0-1, breaking ball misses off the plate. Ball on a strike to the Northwood University product. Hammer entering tonight's ball game, batting .375, 3 RBIs on the season for him. Tied for third place in that respective category on the Pioneers. Fouls back the 1-1 offering from Elku. Looks like the Doubledays southpaw reliever took a little off that. 1 ball and 2 strikes. In anticipation, Elku's going to continue to go long relief. Nobody up in warming in the Doubledays bullpen. Elku holding his own after Lefkis had 6 earned runs charged to his name in the home half of the first. 1-2 pitch to Hammer with 2 outs, and the fastball fouled off first base side out of play. Brendan stays alive. One and 2 the count with a nice crowd on hand. Day starting to turn tonight here from Dunn Field in Elmira. Third matchup of the season, Doubledays and Pios. Elmira trying to keep the good times rolling. They've won 4 consecutive ball games to get up to 6-4. Good enough for 4th place in the PGCBL West Division. Auburn rolling into tonight's ball game 7-4-1. 3rd place in the PGCBL West, but their kryptonite is playing on the road. A 2-3-1 record away from home for them. Fastball misses high to Hammer. And Brendan's worked a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. With 2 outs, home half of the third. 7-all the score between Auburn and Elmira. Lefty on righty matchup. Elku comes set. Left side of the rubber, kicks and delivers the payoff offering. And it's high for ball 4. So drawing a walk is Brendan Hammer. He reaches base for the second time in tonight's ball game, and that'll bring up TJ Grimesti, the right fielder, with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Starr will be off a third. Hammer off a first. Brendan's got good speed. Got a 10 to 12 foot lead as checking on him over at first was Elku. The righty Grimesti in the ball game 0 for 1, struck out looking to conclude the home half of the first, but did walk and come around to score one of the 7 runs for the Pioneers. How rarely do you see that? A 7-run bottom of the first for Elmira, a 7-run top of the third for the Doubledays. First offering to Grimesti's high and away for ball 1. Elku so far in the ball game has issued 2 walks in relief. Pioneers looking to make him pay and retake the lead here in the bottom of the third. Fastball strays high and away. 2 balls and no strikes the count, as now Auburn is starting to get loose once again in their bullpen. Look to see who that's going to be getting up and loose. Next offering from Elku, high and away, ball 3 to Grimesti. TJ executing a very keen discipline throughout the course of this season, an on-base machine. We referred to his very high OPS earlier in the broadcast, as he's looking to make Auburn pay here. 3 balls and no strikes with 2 outs, home half of the third. Firing fastball called strike. Looked like the home plate umpire was hesitant as to whether he's going to call it ball 4 or strike 1. Instead opts to give the benefit of the doubt to Auburn. 3-1 the count. With 2 outs, Elku kicks and fires, and it's fouled off the mask of Grimesti. And TJ's going to claim that it went off the glove of the catcher D. Cesari. No argument from Andy Drummer, Brian Joe. And yeah, maybe it was Grimesti arguing for potential catcher's interference. Nonetheless, the call stands 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Bottom of the third, Starr leads off a third. Hammer off at first. It'll be a payoff pitch coming on the way. Elku sets and fires. Grimesti, a line drive down the left field line. It's going to be a base hit and roll into the left field corner. Star scores easily. Hammer motors around third. He'll come in to score a 2-run double off the bat for Grimesti, and the Pios now lead 9-7. So a jolt of momentum back in the Pioneers' favor as Grimesti reaches for the second time in the ball game, deposits home 2 more runs, and Elmira with a 2-run lead, 9-7 now, as they finally touch up Eston Elku. And I'll bring up John Simmons, one of the hottest hitters in the Pioneers' order. For Grimesti, RBIs number 7 and 8. That's a team leading 8 RBIs for Grimesti, who continues to improve upon his .556 on-base percentage, .407 batting average entering tonight's game. Simmons takes a high fastball for a called strike 1. So 0-1 the count, lefty Elku versus the lefty Simmons. 2 runs home in the inning for Elmira on the second hit. 2 runs on 2 hits through 2/3 of an inning in the home half of the third. Elku delivers, breaking ball inside. John takes low at the knees. 1-1 the count with 2 outs. Simmons in the ball game, a walk, and a high pop-up to shallow left center field in which the shortstop Sullivan and the center fielder Meyer convened. It was Sullivan making the catch, a bit of a dust-up, but nonetheless Sam Meyer able to stay in the ball game. 1-1, fastball misses high and in tight. 2-1 the count to Simmons. What a ball game this has been so far. An hour and a half of baseball. We're not even concluded the bottom of the third yet, but 16 runs combined between both squads. Elmira 5 less hits, yet a 2-run advantage. Baseball, quite the unique and funny sport sometimes. Fastball misses high and in tight from Elku to Simmons. 3 balls and a strike the count. It'll be a 3-1. Elku delivers high and in tight. Ball 4 to Simmons. So John's on as the Auburn bullpen continues to get loose. Runners on first and second for the Pioneers with 2 outs, and then I'll bring up the lefty swinging Anthony Manganiello. In the ball game, Manganiello has reached base twice. A 3-run double in the bottom of the first, and a hit batsman in the bottom of the second, and the slow walk from Matthew Petrossi now out to the mound. Keeping an eye on his arm down in the bullpen, and now he makes the signal, so that'll do it for Elku's day. 9-7 the Pios lead with 2 outs, home half of the third. Third pitcher coming in for Auburn. We'll take a short timeout here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. The Elmira Pioneers would like to thank some of our most loyal sponsors, including AJ's Outdoor Power Sports, Al's Leasing, Ann's Pancakes, Blaze Brockway Contracting, Buckley's Automotive, Bully Hill Vineyard, CAF USA Centralis Health, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung County AG Promotions, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Curran Power Sports, Dandy Mini Marts, Dr. Susan Minchin, DDS, Elm Chevy, Elmira Heat Treating, Elmira Impact, Finger Lakes FCU, FM Howell, Glovehouse Guthrie, Hesselson's Hilliard Jubilee, Just in Time, Kahuna's Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, Ma's Cheesy Dreams, McDonald's, Myers RV, Nucor, Papa John's, Pathways, Pizza Hut, Red Robin Art, Rodney J. Strange, Saratoga Eagle, Serve-A-Lot, Save-A-Lot, Service Master, Serve Pro, ServU Credit Union, Shedden's Wholesale, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricator, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom's South Corning, U.S. Army, Vasco Brands, Visions FCU, Ward Manufacturing, Wegmans Weiss Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, Wilbur Auto, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Third pitcher comes into the ball game for the Auburn Doubledays. It's going to be the right-hander Matt McGeorge. With 2 outs, he'll go up against Anthony Manganiello. Manganiello will dig in from the left side against the righty McGeorge. So far, yielding a 12.27 ERA across 2 relief appearances. No record to show just yet. 3 2/3 innings of work, 6 runs, 5 earned. He's walked 2 and struck out 2. Delivers a fastball inside, 1-0 the count to Manganiello. Pioneers entered the bottom of the third with 7 runs on 2 hits, now 9 runs on 4 hits. They've regained an advantage. It's now at 2 runs, 9-7. Elmira leads and spanked down the right field line, foul. Out of play for Manganiello, 1 ball and 1 strike the count. It'll be the speedy Grimesti off of second. Good speed off of first as well for John Simmons. As McGeorge comes set right side of the rubber. Kicks and fires the 1-1 with 2 outs. Manganiello a swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. McGeorge out of Massillon, Ohio. Did not appear for Mercyhurst on the season. He gets set to fire a 1-2 with 2 outs. As McGeorge sets, but Manganiello calls time. He'll regather himself. McGeorge pitching to an opposing batting average of .316 on the season. Pioneers looking to take advantage of that now, as Auburn has to string together some long relief, still 5 1/3 innings of work to get. 1-2 with 2 outs. This one rolled on the ground to second. Thompson's up with it, the throw to first in time to conclude the bottom of the third. But 2 runs and 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Elmira regains the lead as we head to the fourth. 9-7, Pio's lead here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Nine to 7, the Pios lead. Third pitcher on the mound for Elmira. It's going to be Zach Nelson, the right-hander, coming into the ball game. Zach, on the season, is making appearance number 3. 3 2/3 innings pitched, 7 earned runs, 5 walks, and 2 strikeouts, pitching to an opposing batting average of .333. He'll come in here for the top of the fourth to face the 3, 4, and 5. In the Auburn order, it'll be Sam Meyer, the center fielder, followed by Kieran Kehoe, the designated hitter, Anthony DeCesare, the catcher. Boy, what a ball game so far. 7 runs for Elmira in the home half of the first, only on 2 hits. Then both teams complete a scoreless second inning. Auburn storms back to tie the ball game with 7 runs in the top of the third. Elmira regains the lead with a 2-run, 2-hit bottom of the third. So that's where we stand now, 9-7 as we head to the 4th inning. As the righty hitting Meyer comes to the plate, a walk and a single in the ball game for him. Meyer scored following his single in the top of the third. He'll dig in from the right side, righty on righty matchup with Nelson. First offering from Zach as a breaking ball misses high to Meyer. It's 1-0. 1-0. This one grounded just foul down the third base line past the extended reach of Hammer. 1-1 the count. Nelson comes set, right side of the rubber, kicks and fires. 1-1 inside to Meyer, 2 balls and a strike. We're in the top of the 4th inning, nobody out. Pioneers with a 2-run lead. 7 runs on 9 hits and 1 error for Auburn. 9 runs on 4 hits and no errors for the Pioneers. Breaking ball misses outside from Nelson, 3-1 the count with nobody out. Nelson from the right side of the rubber fires, and a check swing foul from Sam Meyer, and it's a full count. It'll be a payoff pitch with the bases empty, nobody out. Elmira ahead by 2. Visitors half of the 4th inning. Nelson kicks and fires right side of the rubber, and Meyer fouls off the payoff pitch to stay alive. Clouds starting to come over Dunn Field as dusk is near. Payoff pitch on the way, and it misses for ball 4, low and away. So Nelson walks the opening batter that he faces in Sam Meyer, who reaches for the 3rd time in the ball game safely. That'll bring up Kieran Kehoe to the plate. Kehoe has been up to bat twice in the ball game, a strikeout and a double, both coming off of Luke Horton. This one kicks away from the catcher Dubek to his left. As advancing down to second base is Meyer. He'll be in scoring position. And a 1-0 count from Nelson to the right-handed hitting Kehoe with nobody out. Nelson sets now, taking off for third on a high fly ball deep down the right field line. That's going to scoot into foul grounds, and luckily enough for the Pioneers, it'll be a 1-2 count. Or rather, a 1-1 count with nobody out. Brandon Dubek's going to come out to talk a little pitch sequencing with his righty and Zach Nelson. So Kehoe digs back in. 1-1 with nobody out. Outfield's at medium depth. Moniz shades over towards the second base bag. Left side of the infield shades over towards third. Breaking ball misses outside. Nelson firing the 9-3 slider into the lefty batter's box. 2-1 the count to Kehoe. Nelson sets, kicks and fires out of the stretch position, and that one lined into left field for a base hit from Kehoe. Stopping at third base is Meyer, and runners on the corners for the Doubledays with 1 out. So that'll bring up the righty swinging catcher, Anthony DeCesare, who roped a 2-run double to deep right field his last time up. Came around to score in the process, delivered the knockout blow to Pioneer starter Luke Horton. Horton in the ballgame lasted 2 1/3, 4 earned runs on 5 hits while walking 3 and striking out 3. DeCesare in from the right side. Middle infield will play back. Surrender a run in order to turn 2. Kehoe, a medium-sized lead off of first. Still nobody out. Top of the 4th, a high fly ball deep down the left field line, foul. Out of play is way ahead early on the slow junk from Nelson was DeCesare. So 0-1 the count. A 1 from Nelson. This one grounded past the diving Moniz into right field for a base hit. Kermesti's going to come in to quickly retrieve. A run scores, and it's now 9-8. 2 consecutive hits. One off the bat of Kehoe, and now DeCesare. 3 RBIs in the game for him. As Meyer comes in to score, Kehoe advances into scoring position. DeCesare's on first. Still nobody out. 11 hits through 3+ innings against 3 different Pioneers pitchers combined. And they're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. Josh Thompson comes to the plate, who walked and came around to score in the 3rd inning. A fly ball to deep center in his first plate appearance. He'll bat with nobody out. And the Doubledays only trailing by a run. They got it to a 7-all game. Pios then took a 9-7 lead in the bottom of the 3rd. And now we're back to 9-8. Nothing pitch with nobody out. Breaking ball misses inside. 1-0. Pioneers bullpen continuing to get loose, as Nelson in the inning has faced 3 consecutive batters, still yet to record a strike. Fastball misses high and away. 2-0 the count. Nelson comes set, right side of the rubber, out of the stretch position. Righty and lefty matchup, fires to Thompson. And the breaking ball inside, 3 balls and no strikes. So 3-0 the count. Nelson kicks and fires out of the stretch position. A fastball Thompson takes at the knees for a called strike 1. 8 runs on 11 hits and 1 error for Auburn. 9 runs on 4 hits and no errors for the Pioneers. 3-1 with nobody out. Fastball taken high for ball 4 by Thompson. So the bases are loaded. Nobody out. Auburn down only a run. What a disastrous affair this has become for the Pioneers. Up 7-0. And now in treacherous conditions. Eric Birkin, pitching coach for the Pioneers, will come out to the mound to have a conversation with Nelson, and field will convene with him. All parties will depart the mound. Nelson concluding his conversation with Moniz, the shortstop O'Neill, and Dubeck. They'll all now retreat back to their positions. Let's take a look at the rest of the PGCBL in action tonight. Amsterdam took down Utica in the originally scheduled June 5th ball game, 5-1. Jamestown ahead of Niagara Falls, 4-2 in the top of the 6th. From Dwyer Stadium. 5-0 Batavia leads over Newark, top of the 6th. Rather, Niagara Falls at Salamagley. Batavia at Dwyer. Socrates and Glen Falls just underway in the top of the first. 0-1 the count to Gianni DeCerbo. With nobody out, bases are loaded. As a ground ball to shortstop. O'Neill flips second one. Mona's on to first in time for two. So the ball game's tied at 9. But the Pios get a much-needed double play off the bat of Gianni DeCerbo after the Thompson walk. Tkeho comes in to score. DeCesare up to third. Thompson's wiped. And DeCerbo's gone on a 6-4-3 double play. But in the inning, 2 runs on 2 hits for Auburn. They've tied the ball game up at 9. And 2 outs now. Nelson will look to escape. What a wacky game this has been. 18 runs across 3 2/3 innings. 15 hits combined by both sides. We've been playing this ball game for almost 2 hours. Short lead off at third for DeCesare. 0-1 with 2 outs. Chopped foul behind the plate. 0-2 the count to the righty swinging left fielder Colson Thompson, who walked in the top of the second. Had a 2-run double in the top of the third. Oh, 2 with 2 outs. Nelson comes set right side of the rubber, kicks and fires to Thompson. Fastball just high and away, 1-2. So 1-2 the count, 2 outs. Nelson sets, looking for his ender. The breaking ball lined into left field for a base hit. Auburn will take their first lead of the ball game. 3rd run, 3rd hit of the inning. RBI single for Thompson. He's got 3 RBIs. And the Doubledays lead 10-9. So a righty-on-righty matchup in the form of the third baseman Mike Bonfiglio. Bats with 2 outs, 3 runs in the top of the 4th for Auburn against Zach Nelson. This one flied foul down the right field line, out of play, 0-1. 2 walks issued by Nelson in the inning. 3 runs on 3 hits. Pios still yet to commit an error through 3 2/3, so some defensive progress on that end. But for Andy Drum on the big board, a heavy concern lies. A 10-2 rally from Auburn following the Pioneers having a stranglehold on the ball game, leading 7-0. 0-1 with 2 outs in the dirt, kicks away from the catcher. Duback again, gets to the backstop, and advancing into scoring position is Bonfiglio. Or rather, Colson Thompson with Bonfiglio at the dish. 2 outs, top of the 4th, a 1-1 count. Nelson will look to get out of the inning without any further damage that's already been done. 10 runs on 12 hits and 1 error for the Doubledays. 9 runs on 4 hits and no errors for the Pioneers. Nelson kicks and fires the 1-1. Breaking ball called strike at the knees, 1-2. Thank you for all who've tuned in on this Wednesday evening here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. It'll be a 1-2 on the way from Nelson with 2 outs. Zach kicks and fires, breaking ball taken in the dirt. Dubeck with a nice stop in front of him. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count. 2 outs, top of the 4th. Pios trail by a run. Nelson fires, swing and a miss from Bonfiglio, and finally the inning concludes. 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and a runner stranded on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Auburn leads 10-9 here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. The 1-0 with 2 outs. That one misses in the dirt to O'Neill. So 2 quick outs in the inning. Dubeck grounded to first on an underhand flip from Albright to McGeorge covering the bag, and then a fly ball from Palmer into shallow right, in which Gianni DeCerbo camped under and put it away for the second out. But now Liam O'Neill in the driver's seat. 3 balls and no strikes the count. With 2 outs, and the Pios trailing by 1 here in the home half of the 4th. Fastball inside corner. O'Neill takes for a called strike 1. So 3-1 the count with 2 outs. Kicking and firing from the right side of the rubber. A breaking ball at the knees. Catches the outer third for a called strike 2 to O'Neill. Payoff pitch coming with the bases empty and 2 outs. McGeorge looking to complete his first full inning of work. Quick delivery and a swing and a miss from O'Neill. A slider over the inside corner, and the Pios shortstop cuts through it to conclude a 1-2-3 home half of the 4th for Matt McGeorge in the Auburn Doubledays. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. Let's take it to the 5th. Auburn leads 10-9 here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Ten to 9, the Pioneers trail as we head to the top half of the 5th inning. It'll be Bryce Mechanic to take the rubber for the Pioneers. A 1.8 ERA, really formidable so far. A 1-0 record across 2 appearances. In 5 innings pitched, he's allowed 3 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts, pitching to an opposing batting average of 176. He'll come in here in the top half of the 5th inning to face the 10-1-2. In the Auburn order, Caden Albright, the first baseman, followed by Tyler Vivacqua, the extra hitter, and Adam Sullivan, the shortstop. Dubeck concluding his conversation with Mechanic, who's already the 3rd reliever in the ballgame, following Luke Horton. It was Michael Cobb, who went 2/3 of an inning, 4 hits, 3 runs, all 3 of them earned, 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. And then Zach Nelson in the top half of the 4th went 3 innings, or rather 1 inning, 3 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned. And Zach walked 2 and struck out 1. That's where we stand now. 10 to 9, Auburn leads on 12 hits in the ball game. Mechanic still completing his warm-up tosses. Again, we want to thank all of those who are spending part of their Wednesday evening with us. A very warm Wednesday evening from Dunn Field. Pioneers looking to go 2-1 against Auburn, keep the good times rolling with a 5-game win streak. A 4-game win streak at the moment, but could be 5. Should they rally behind from a run to win tonight. The Pios were ahead by as many as 7 earlier today, but Auburn mounting a 7-run comeback, knotting the ball game even at 7 in the top of the 3rd, and then taking a 1-run lead after the Pios had a 9-7 lead at the end of the 3rd. More comparable to something you'd see in a football game right now, but that's what it's been. It'll be Albright, Vivacqua, and Sullivan. Visitors half of the 5th inning, righty-on-righty matchup. Mechanic from the right side of the rubber, working out of the windup, kicks and fires, and it nails Albright in the back. So the 10 hitters plunk to lead off the top of the 5th inning. Pioneers having some control issues in tonight's ball game so far. 6 walks and a hit batsman through 4+ innings of work. And that's against Albright, who had struck out twice in the ballgame, so can't be giving up free passes like that. Hammer will come in even with the bag at 3rd. Middle infield's at their regular double play depth. Holding the bag at first base is Palmer. Outfield at medium depth. Starr shades over about 20 feet from his normal spot. towards left center. Fadovich playing slightly over towards right center. Grimesti deep and right. First offering to the left-handed hitting Tyler Vivacqua in the leadoff role. Quite frequently you see him inserted into the leadoff role for Matthew Petrosi's ball club as he takes fastball from Mashanik inside. Want to know the count. Bryce, quick turn and pivot. Fire over to first base to keep Caden Albright modest. So want to know the count. Top of the 5th inning. Pioneers down by a run. Went down for the first time in the ball game, with Zach Nelson giving up that third one. Here's one grounded to first. Palmer's going to step on the bag. There's going to be no play at second. Thought about going quickly or stepping on the bag, throwing down to second. O'Neill would have to apply the tag. Would have been a moot point regardless, as coasting in easily was Albright. So the play's a 1 unassisted. Vivacqua grounds out with 1 out and a runner in scoring position for Auburn. Here in the top of that half of the 5th, that'll bring up Adam Sullivan, an RBI sac fly in the 3rd. Struck out looking and grounded out, 0 for 3. With a run batted in. Ready on lefty matchup. Outfield remains at their normal depth, so a base hit scores a run. Mashanik looking to keep the Auburn lead at just 1. Fastball inside corner. Sullivan takes at the knees for a called strike 1. Only in the top of the 5th inning. 19 runs on 16 hits combined between both squads. An ugly game that likely drives both managers crazy. Granted, it's not error-riddled, but a lot of walks, a lot of runs. Too many rallies and infrequent spurts. The inconsistency staggering in the ball game so far. A 1-1 with 1 out to the 2-hitter Sullivan. With Albright off a second. Fastball on the inside corner. Plate seemingly expanding just a tad. 1-2 the count with 1 out. Mashanik comes set right side of the rubber. Fires a swing and a foul off the glove of Dubek, who Brandon offensively has been a menace, a machine, whatever word you want to call him. Clutch and consistent, but behind the plate tonight, I'm sure he'd even tell you not having one of his more fine evenings, as he couldn't hold on there. 1-2 the count to Sullivan. Mashanik kicks and fires. Sullivan lines it foul. Third base side out of play. So the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. One, 2 with 1 out. Ready on lefty matchup. Firing is Mashanik. And the fastball misses outside. 2-2. Mashanik, 2 looks and Albright on second. Fires, and the changeup misses low and away. 3-2 the count. It'll be a payoff pitch coming to the 2-hitting Sullivan with 1 out. Sam Meyer, the center fielder, patiently awaits on deck. Mashanik comes set right side of the rubber. Payoff pitch on the way, fouled back to the screen. Sullivan's a pest up there in the box, doing everything he can to stay alive. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count remains with 1 out. Payoff pitch from Mashanik to Thompson. Or check that, Sullivan, a swing and a miss for out number 2. Bryce's first strikeout of the ball game. So 2 outs, and Albright will remain on second base. And that'll bring up the center fielder Meyer. Righty on righty matchup, Meyer and Mashanik. Auburn ahead a run here in the top of the 5th. Bryce sets from the right side of the rubber, kicks and fires. A slider misses low and away. 1-0 the count. In the home half of the 5th, it'll be the bottom 3 in the Elmira order. Mona is followed by Starr and Fadovich. 1-0 with 2 outs. Fastball misses low and away. 2-0 the count. Mashanik sets right side of the rubber. A look at second, kicks and fires. This one lined into left field. It's going to be a base hit. Albright's going to come in to score on an RBI single off the bat of Sam Meyer, and Auburn leads 11-9. So the first hit of the inning draws in a run, and the tough times continue tonight for the Elmira bullpen. Already the fourth time reaching base for Meyer, who has been a thorn in the Pioneers' side. He distributes another run batted in. He scored 2 in the ball game, and with a runner on and 2 outs, that'll bring up the righty hitting designated hitter in Kieran Kehoe. Taking off for second, swing and a miss. High fastball, throw down to second from Dubek is way late. Getting in well ahead of the tag is Meyer, a stolen base for him with 2 outs. To win the inning, Albright got plunked. Vivacqua grounded to first. Sullivan struck out swinging, and an RBI single on a floating blooper down the left field line off the end of the bat for Sam Meyer, who's reached base in all 4 plate appearances in the ballgame. 0-1 from the righty Mashanik to the righty swinging Kehoe with 2 outs, and the fastball's fouled off by Kehoe. No balls and 2 strikes. Ugly game to say the least for both sides. 11 runs on 13 hits for Auburn, with an error for the Pios. 9 runs on 4 hits. They now trail by 2, their largest deficit of the ball game. 0-2 with 2 outs. Mashanik comes set, right side of the rubber, kicks and fires. Soft breaking ball, tapped into shallow right. Long run for Gramesti. Comes and dives and makes an unbelievable catch. TJ Gramesti, as usual, saving Elmira's bacon to get the Pios out of the inning any further unscathed. But for Auburn, a run and a hit, no errors, and a runner stranded on base. A beautiful play once again by TJ Gramesti. We go to the home half of the 5th. Auburn ahead by 2 here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. (11-9), the Doubledays lead as we enter the home half of the 5th inning. It'll be Jacob Moniz, the second baseman, followed by Shane Starr, the left fielder, and Dylan Fatovich, the center fielder. A righty and 2 lefties to come to the dish against the righty Matt McGeorge going into his second full inning of work. He relieved Eston Elku following the 2 2/3 innings of work from the bridge reliever between the starter Lefkis, who did not even record an out in the bottom of the first inning, got touched up for 7 runs, 6 earned on 2 hits, walked 4 and struck out 0. Bit of a kryptonite for Auburn in this ball game has been their control issues. 8 walks and only 2 strikeouts, as missing high to Moniz for ball 2 is McGeorge. Pioneers have scored runs in bunches, 7 in the bottom of the first, 2 in the bottom of the third. As it stands now, they trail by 2. 2-0 for McGeorge, an inside breaking ball. 3 balls and no strikes the count to Jacob Moniz. Transfer from UMass Dartmouth over to Rhode Island College. Now Sam Watts, the new right-hand reliever for the Pioneers, came out to Elmira last week. Moniz talking about a detail-oriented road trip. Left here at about 3:30 p.m. last Tuesday. Got out to Massachusetts at 9:30 and drove right back to Elmira. I asked him, how do you do 12 hours of straight driving? And he said, whatever it takes for the team. He's that kind of guy as he draws ball 4 here. 4-pitch walk to open up the 5th. Moniz reaches base for the second time in the ball game. That'll bring up Shane Starr, who doubled and came around to score his last time up in the bottom of the 3rd. Starr, a beautiful piece of hitting down the left field line. He's got power to all fields, especially to the opposite field. Entered tonight, batting .273. Medium-sized lead off at first for Moniz. Takes off, and Albright has trouble handing it on a ground ball to first. Just beats the hustling Starr to the bag as Moniz advances into scoring position. So now 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Moniz is 180 feet away, and the tying run comes to the plate, and Dylan Fatovich to round out the Elmira batting order. So a run home in the top of the 5th inning on a hit. 5 batters come to the plate against the righty Bryce Mashanik, who's been very reliable for the Pioneers this year, a 1.8 ERA. So Starr grounds out. He's retired for the first time in the ball game. Play goes 1 unassisted. Announced the center fielder Dylan Fatovich, who walked in the bottom of the 1st, flew out to right his last time up. Just got under a fastball in his plate appearance in the bottom of the 3rd against Elku. 0-1 the count to Fatovich with 1 out. Righty on lefty matchup. Moniz a medium-sized lead off a second. Outfield is at medium depth. Stepping off the mound to collect himself is McGeorge. Fatovich takes a moment to step out as well. He'll gather himself back in. What an offensive boost it could be to get a single here from Fatovich before the top of the batting order. 0-1, a high fly ball to right field. It's shallow, in retreats to Cerbo. He settles under it and puts it away for out number 2. A bluff from Moniz, no tag. So an unproductive out off the bat of Fatovich. Second consecutive at-bat for him in which he's flown out to right field. So 2 outs now on the bottom of the 5th. Moniz will remain off of second, and it's back to the top of the batting order in Brendan Hammer. Hammer in the ball game has reached base twice, but he's 0 for 1. Got plunked in the bottom of the 1st, walked in the bottom of the 3rd. Came around to score one of the 2 Elmira runs on a 2-run double off the bat of Grimesti. Righty on righty matchup, he'll bat versus McGeorge with 2 outs. First plate appearance of the ball game versus McGeorge for Hammer at the top of the Pioneers batting order, and he watches a breaking ball, letter high, for a called strike 1. Left side of the infield shades more over towards 3rd. Keeping a close eye at Moniz, who's got about a 20-foot lead off of second. 10 feet behind the bag is the second baseman, Josh Thompson. Albright is almost at the lip of the outfield grass, deep in the hole at first. 0-1 coming with 2 outs. Righty swinging Hammer takes a fastball letter high for a called strike 2. Well located by McGeorge over the outer 3rd. So 0-2 the count with 2 outs. Home half of the 5th. Moniz walked on 4 pitches to lead off the bottom of the inning. Since then, Pioneers have not necessarily been productive. Starr a ground out, that got Moniz up to second. That's all she wrote so far. 1-2, called strike 3. Letter high. And Hammer frustrated as he departs. In the inning for the Pioneers, no runs and no hits, no errors, and a runner stranded on base. Let's go to the 6th, 11-9. Auburn leads here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Pioneers trail 11-9 as we head to the top of the 6th inning. It'll be the 5, 6, and 7 due up in the Auburn order against the right-hander Bryce Mishanek going into his 2nd inning of work. Anthony DeCesare, the catcher, who dribbles one foul, 0-1. It'll be DeCesare, followed by the second baseman Josh Thompson and Gianni DeCerbo in right field. What a ball game it's been for the 17-year-old catcher out of Yorktown Heights, New York. A 3-for-3 ball game for him. He's come around to score twice, 3 RBIs in the process, making his presence felt as he pops one up here, crashing in, and now Dubek, the catcher, gives it a look. It was a long run for the first baseman Palmer, who couldn't get to it, so instead it ends up just being a long pop foul in between home plate and the Pioneers' dugout, so 0-2 the count to DeCesare. Mishanek will look to retire him for the first time in the ball game, as Auburn's bullpen continues to get a tad loose. Elmira's bullpen, same thing as well. Righty-on-righty matchup with the bases empty. Elmira trailing by 2, top of the 6th. Mishanek kicks and fires from the right side of the rubber fastball just off the plate. Dubek did his best to drag it back in. Couldn't sell the call to the home plate umpire. It's 1-2. Mishanek working out of the windup. Quick 6 to 8 seconds in between pitches, and the fastball is nubbed foul. Squibbed off the end of the bat from DeCesare. Back up against the screen, so the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody out. I want to thank you for joining us here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Auburn taking advantage of coming back from down 7 runs. There's a swing and a miss from DeCesare, a high-floating breaking ball from Mishanek. Bryce gets the Doubledays catcher for the first time in the ball game. It's Mishanek's 2nd strikeout through an inning and a 3rd. Now to bring up the second baseman Josh Thompson into the dish with the bases empty and 1 out. For Thompson, he's reached base twice in the ball game. A walk in the top of the 3rd came around to score. A walk in the 4th, a fly ball to center in the 2nd. 0 for 1 as he watches a fastball catch the outside corner, knee-high, well located by Mishanek, and well framed by Dubek for a called strike 1. 11 runs on 13 hits and 1 error for Auburn, 9 runs on 4 hits and no errors for the Pioneers. A nasty backdoor slider executed by Mishanek following the cheese at the knees, no balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Outfield remains at their regular depth through the teeth of this Auburn order, who's just been so good, confident in the box all evening. It'll be Thompson followed by Gianni DeCerbo. Right fielder DeCerbo grounded into a 6-4-3 double play his last trip to the plate, but has also found success tonight as this one dribbled hard on the ground to 3rd, and it skipped past Hammer, went right under his glove and into left field. Would assume that would go down as an error, likely the first of the ball game for the Pioneers, unless it was scorched so hard and didn't touch the glove of Hammer for a base hit, but would not assume so. We'll wait for the official ruling from our scorer, Mike Mandel. For now, we do know Thompson is on with 1 out, and yes, it's a confirmed error, an E5 on Brendan Hammer, so now count that 11 consecutive ball games to open up 2025 with an error for the Pioneers. It'll be Thompson off of first base with 1 out. Gianni DeCerbo, the right fielder. Righty swinger out of Hamilton College coming to the dish against the righty Mishanek, who kicks and fires a fastball at the knees for a called strike. Mishanek establishing that fastball over the outer 3rd. So 0-1 the count with 1 out. He got good speed on the bases in Thompson. Tied for the lead in stolen bases with 5. Sam Meyer tied him up in that category earlier tonight in the ball game. Pioneers being out-hit by 9, outscored by 2. They were even being out-hit earlier in the ball game to the likings of 6 and 7-2 in the 2nd inning. Even when they had that 7-run advantage. Swing and a miss there. Mishanek gets DeCerbo to chase through the high fastball. 0-2 the count with 1 out. As Mishanek gives one peek over at first base, continuously increasing his lead off the bag as Thompson. He takes off looking for stolen base number 6. The throw from Dubek, the tag, and it hits Thompson in the head, and you hope for his health. Now he shakes it off quickly. The helmet got a bit of a dust up. He's being tended to by both Liam O'Neill and Jacob Moniz. O'Neill cut behind Moniz, who is cutting over to the second base bag. as now head coach Matthew Petrossi will come out to take a look at him as well. So a stolen base from Thompson. We mentioned his great wheels. Now back in sole possession for the Auburn team, lead in stolen bases, 6. As it's DeCerbo at the plate. A 1-2 count with 1 out. High fastball caught the outside corner for a called strike 2, according to the home plate umpire. Shaking it off is Thompson, digging some dirt off his backside of the uniform. It'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes the count with 1 out. Following Gianni DeCerbo, it'll be Colson Thompson, the left fielder, 3 RBIs in the ball game. Both Thompson and DeCesare doing yeoman's work for the Doubledays. 6 out of the 9 runs batted, now 6 of the 11 runs batted in, attributing to a great deal of the offense. And you look at it from 2 guys, one being a guy that's just graduating high school right now, and then the other in Thompson, who hasn't maybe gotten as much playing time as he liked, but he's making the most of it in tonight's ball game. Still being attended to at second base by the Auburn team trainer and Matthew Petrossi. Entire Pioneers infield, besides Brendan Hammer, convenes over at second base. Hammer just gives a peek over. Outfield's moved into a more shallow depth, just about medium depth. Starr is playing over 20 feet from his normal spot in left field. You'll have Dylan Fatovich right up the middle in center. TJ Grimesti about midway and right. So a long pause here as we wait to resume action. Hope for the health and safety of Josh Thompson. Still continuing to shake off. Probably got a lot of dust in his eyes too, with the baseball either nicking him in the helmet, forehead, or ear. Not entirely sure. Mashanik will get a couple warm-up tosses in the process as first baseman Palmer comes over to have a chat with him. It's been a long night for the Pioneers and Doubledays for that matter. 20 runs on 17 hits combined from both squads. Auburn 55% of the runs in tonight's ball game. They have the slight 2-run advantage. Pioneers, no comeback seeming insurmountable following the 4-run comeback against Geneva last night, in which Elmira put up 5 runs on 3 hits in the bottom of the 7th. Pioneers are down 2 now, but the weight of the impact feels just that much more significant when you have a 7-0 lead. Heading into the 3rd inning, seem well on your way, coasting to a victory, and now you trail behind. Home plate umpire is going to come out to take a look himself. Likely want to resume and speed up the game action. It's been a 2-hour and 30-minute game, 2.5 hours to just play 5+ innings. An incredibly slow pace. Fans have stuck around relatively nice, all things considered, on this Dollar Dog night from Dunn Field. Fans enjoying their $1 hot dogs around the concourse. A lot of school bands playing, national anthems. A good night. The rain's done a good job holding off. Pioneers in danger of the record dropping to 6-5. Auburn with a win would advance to 8-4-1, which would move the Doubledays a game and a half ahead of Elmira for 3rd place. Pioneers welcome in Geneva tomorrow night. Newark, who's down 5-0 the last time we checked against Batavia from Dwyer Stadium in the top of the 6th. So it's a 1-2 count that resumes to Gianni DeCerbo. 1-2 the count with Thompson a ginger lead off a second. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. DeCerbo retired for out number 2. Second strikeout in the inning for Mashanik. He's got good strikeout stuff, as he now has 3 strikeouts through an inning and 2/3. DeCerbo has departed. Seems like there was a little bit of confusion on the Auburn side as to which batter they were sending to the plate. It's the left fielder Colson Thompson to dig in from the right side. A 2-run lead for the visitors here in the Auburn half of the 6th inning. Long stare in from Mashanik. Comes set right side of the rubber. A look at Thompson off a second with 2 outs. Kick and a fire. Fastball misses in at the knees. 1-0. Couple voices from the Pioneers dugout exhibiting their displeasure. This is a kind of game that can get a squad a little bit cranky. You're down 2 after being up 7. Still only in the top of the 6th. 12 more outs to battle in the ball game. 10 more outs to get from your relief pitching. You've already seen 3 relief pitchers appear in the ball game after Luke Horton only gave you 2 1/3 of length. And after tonight's ball game, you still have 6 games upcoming and just about less than 100 hours. Got Geneva tomorrow night, followed by Newark on Friday morning. A quick turnaround time after a short couple hours of sleep. Doubleheader versus Newark on Saturday. That was called strike. Two and two the count with 2 outs. Liam O'Neill comes in. It seems like someone out of the Pioneers dugout was asking, what's the count? Not entirely sure. A bit of a hesitation, a bluff almost, if you would, from the plate umpire there. So now it seems as if the count's 3-1. Yeah, 3-1 now. Seemed as if the ump raised to call his hand, called a strike. It's the kind of small things that can drive a team crazy. Mashanek delivers a fly ball into right field. That's down the line. Will it stay fair? No, it goes just foul. Out of play. 3 balls and 2 strikes on a long foul ball. So it'll be a full count coming with 2 outs. Home plate umpire with a bit of an emphatic toss of the baseball back to Mashanek. Potentially a little bit unhappy with the Pioneers dugout, questioning him on a couple calls. Been a tad inconsistent all evening. Be a payoff pitch on the way to left fielder Colson Thompson. Righty on righty matchup. Mashanek comes set, kicks and fires the payoff pitch, and Thompson stays alive, fouling it back to the screen. Faint Let's Go Pios chant from the crowd here at Dunn Field as the organ gets going. Payoff pitch on the way, 2 outs. Thompson's off a second. 11-9, Auburn leads in the 6th. Mashanek kicks and fires, breaking ball high and in tight to Colson Thompson for ball 4. He's aboard with 2 outs, and that'll bring up the righty swinging third baseman, Mike Bonfiglio. Thompson's going to be off a second. Josh Thompson, that is. Colson Thompson off a first. Bonfiglio to come to the dish for the 3rd time in the ball game. An infield single in the 3rd. 1 for 3 with a flyout and a strikeout. Righty on righty matchup. Coming set from the right side of the rubbers, Mashanek kicks and fires high with a heater. In tight to Bonfiglio. 1 ball and no strikes. (1-0) with 2 outs and high over the head of Bonfiglio. 2-0 the count. We're only in the top of the 6th inning, almost 3 hours into tonight's ball game. 20 runs combined have scored. Auburn with 11 of them. They lead by 2. Mashanek rocks and fires. Fastball called strike 1. Letter high on the outside corner. So Mashanek in the inning has only given up 1 walk. He struck out 2. 1 walk and 3 strikeouts through an inning and 2/3 for Mashanek. An earned run has come in to score against him. 2-1 with 2 outs, and he drills Bonfiglio in the helmet. And Bryce certainly didn't mean to do that, but the timing of it, not fantastic after Josh Thompson was drilled in the helmet at second base. He's up to third. Bases are loaded with 2 outs. As down in a crouch is Bonfiglio. So yet just another mayhem moment in a game filled with plenty of them. 2 outs, bases loaded. Third reliever in the ball game, fourth pitcher for the Pioneers, and Bryce Mashanik. As Brandon Dubek will come out to calm his pitcher down. Getting up slowly is Bonfiglio. And seems as if he's definitely coming out of the game. Yes, he is. So they're going to have to get a pinch runner for him. Doubledays lead by 2. It seems as if Andy Drum's going to make a call to the bullpen. As Elmira's down by 2, top of the 6th. The concern for the health and safety of Bonfiglio, who departs after being plunked in the helmet. Has a new base runner in for the Doubledays. So Mashanik departs. He's done. After an inning and 2/3, a new pitcher in the ballgame. We'll come back in a few short moments here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. A new pitcher in the ballgame for the Pioneers. It's Giovanni Valerio as Bryce Mashanik departs. An inning and 2/3 for him. A hit, a run, an earned run, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Looking to provide the Pioneers a little bit of stability. Obviously shaken up. He concerned for the health of Mike Bonfiglio. Valerio comes into the ballgame. The bases are loaded with 2 outs. Bonfiglio got plunked. We'll wait to see who his pinch runner is. For now, it'll be Thompson off of third. Josh Thompson, that is. Colson Thompson off of second. And a pinch runner in the ballgame for Bonfiglio. Again, we'll attempt to identify as best we can who that is. For now, it's the first baseman, Caden Albright, rounding out the batting order tonight. As he lines one into left field, that's going to get down in front of Starr for a base hit. Stopping at third base is Colson Thompson. Josh Thompson scores on an RBI single off the bat of Albright. Bonfiglio's replacement moves up to second. And just like that, it's a 12-9 lead for Auburn. Floodgates are opening now. Make that 2 runs, 2 earned against Mechanic, as Josh Thompson, who came in to score, was his responsibility. Back to the top of the batting order, and Tyler Vivacqua with 2 outs. Valerio kicks and fires a breaking ball over the inside corner for a called strike. Vivacqua, his last plate appearance, grounded to Michael Palmer at first. Pios trail 12-9 here in the top of the 6th inning. They're being out-hit by 10. It's been an ugly ball game, to say the least. 0-1 from Valerio with 2 outs. Fastball just misses high, 1-1. 5th Pioneers pitcher to enter the ball game. In relief, they've had Michael Cobb, Zach Nelson, Bryce Mechanic, and now Valerio to relieve Horton after 2 1/3 innings of work. 1-1 with 2 outs. A nasty breaking ball just misses off the inside corner. So 2-1 the count with 2 outs to Vivacqua in the ball game. 1 for 3. He's reached base twice in 4 plate appearances. Breaking ball catches the outside corner. Top of the zone to Vivacqua. 2-2 the count. As Valerio sets from the left side of the rubber, kicks and fires the 2-2 home, breaking ball in the dirt. And it's stopped by Dubeck to keep Colson Thompson at third. So it'll be a payoff pitch coming with 2 outs. Bases remain loaded. Auburn with a 3-run lead. Visitors half of the 6th inning. Payoff pitch from Valerio with 2 outs. A swing and a miss. Good pitch from Gio to get the Pios out of the top of the 6th finally. But 7 batters come to the plate in the inning. That's another run on another hit. No errors, 3 runners stranded. Or rather, 1 error, 3 runners stranded on base. We've played 5 1/2. Pios trail 12-9 here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Pios trail 12-9 as we enter the bottom of the 6th inning. Matt McGeorge going into his 3rd full inning of relief work. It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 in the Elmira order. Due up against McGeorge. Grimesti followed by Simmons and Manganiello. First, it's the righty hitting TJ Grimesti, getting the start in right field for the Pios tonight. Batting .407 entering the ball game. Breaking ball takes high and inside. Grimesti a disagreement. 1-1 the count. Grimesti in the ball game. 1 for 2. He's reached base twice in 3 plate appearances. 1-1 with nobody out. A high pop-up in foul territory. In retreats the first baseman Albright, settles under it and puts it away for out number 1. So a P3 for Grimesti, as he's now 1 for 3 in the ball game. Pios down 3, bottom of the 6th, 1 out and the base is empty. John Simmons to come to the dish. Simmons 0 for 1 in the ball game, but he's reached base twice via the walk. Takes fastball low and away, 1-0 the count. Overall, a frustrating night for the Pioneers, being out-hit by 10, outscored by 3. Once had a 7-run lead, with a 7-0 lead after the bottom of the first. 1-0 with 1 out, and missing high and away with a breaking ball is McGeorge. 2 balls and no strikes. Gio Valerio came in and got the only batter he faced to the top of the 6th. Or rather, the only out he got in the top of the 6th was Tyler Vivacqua. A strikeout swinging to conclude the inning. 2-0 with 1 out. Breaking ball low in the dirt, as Simmons takes 3 balls and no strikes the count. That's outside for ball 4. Simmons walks with 1 out. John reaches via the free pass for the 3rd time in the ball game. Would imagine if the Auburn Doubledays did any form of scouting that potentially they could have noticed Simmons in that power void that he's been hitting in recently. Matthew Petrossi will pay a visit out to the mound. It looks like he'll signal to the bullpen for the 3rd time in the ballgame. Eston Elku went 2 2/3 innings. Since then, bridging the gap is Matt McGeorge, and we'll wait to see who the new arrival is on the bump 60 feet 6 inches from home plate. Long conversation convenes on the mound, and a decision to be made here, and keeping him in the ball game is his manager Petrossi, and that's Matt McGeorge. McGeorge, who's gone so far 2 2/3 innings of work. As it's Manganiello to come to the plate from the left side. With 1 out, runner on for the Pios, home half of the 6th. Righty on lefty matchup with McGeorge. Alex Vasquez is the new replacement for Bonfiglio. He's in at 3rd base. Bonfiglio removed from the game after he got hit in the helmet on a high and in tight fastball from Bryce Mashanik. Medium-sized lead for Simmons off of first with 1 out. And the breaking ball. Called strike. At the last second. No balls and a strike the count. Just seems like a hesitation from the plate umpire all evening. The 0-1, that one's lined into right center field. That's going to drop down for a base hit. Rounding second base and stopping right there is Simmons on a 1-out single off the bat of Anthony Manganiello. And the Pios have the tying run coming to the plate, and Brandon Dubeck, the catcher. So a hit in the inning, the 5th hit of the ball game for the Pios, their first since the 3rd. With them trailing by 3, it'll be Dubeck, followed by the man of the hour just a couple hours ago, and Michael Palmer, who deposited a 3-run shot over the right field wall down the line by the 325 sign. So it's Dubeck, the hero from last night's ball game. Catcher out of Lafayette College, still has 3 seasons of NCAA eligibility remaining following not getting any playtime with the Leopards this season. Inside corner fastball, Dubeck takes for a called strike 1. Oh, 1. Dubeck takes high, 1-1. One on one the count with 1 out, bottom of the 6th inning. Dubeck in against the righty McGeorge. Swing and a miss. Hardy fastball over the inner third. Dubeck cuts through it. 1-2 the count. Simmons is off a second. Manganiello off a first. Pios trail 12-9 here in the home half of the sixth. McGeorge comes set right side of the rubber, kicks and fires. A swing and a miss from Dubeck. He's down for out number 2. Cut and miss through a high fastball. Third strikeout in relief. At least one strikeout every inning so far for McGeorge, who retires Dubeck. And now Michael Palmer, the first baseman, will come to the plate. Palmer, we mentioned the 3-run shot. Since then, a fly ball to center in the bottom of the second. A fly ball to right in the bottom of the fourth. Pios down by 3 with 2 outs, home half of the sixth. They have 10 outs remaining in the ball game to work with. Righty on lefty matchup, kicking and firing, a breaking ball for a called strike 1. Is the righty Mac McGeorge, who's gone 3 innings of work so far. Looking to complete 3 1/3 and get his ender to pitch a third full inning of scoreless relief. 0-1 the count to Palmer with 2 outs, a swing and a miss on a high fastball, well executed over the outside corner. 0-2 the count with 2 outs. McGeorge comes set right side of the rubber. Kicks and fires the 0-2. Fastball gets back to the screen. It's a wild pitch. Advancing up to third base is Simmons. Manganiello to second. 2 in scoring position now for Palmer with 2 outs, 3 RBIs, all courtesy of the 3-run shot in the bottom of the first. 1-2 the count with 2 outs. 12 runs on 14 hits and 1 error for the Doubledays. 9 runs on 5 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. The rain's starting to come down a bit now as well. Every element of challenge being thrown the Pios' way tonight from Dunn Field. A 1-2 pitch with 2 outs, a breaking ball, a swing and a miss by Palmer, and that concludes the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 strikeouts up to 4 in relief for McGeorge. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners stranded on base. Let's go to the 7th with Auburn in front, 12-9 here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to the top of the 7th inning. Gio Valerio taking the mound for his first full inning of work. He's going to go up against the 2, 3, and 4 in the Auburn Doubledays order. Adam Sullivan, the shortstop, followed by Sam Meyer in center field. Kieran Kehoe, the designated hitter. First it's Sullivan. 0 for 4 in the ball game. Did have an RBI sac fly in the top of the 3rd. Lefty on lefty matchup with Valerio. Nobody out. Pios trail by 3. And the breaking ball misses away in the dirt for ball 1. Been a rough night for Pioneers pitching in general. So far, You're looking at 7 walks, 8 strikeouts. 11 of the 12 runs have been earned against 5 Pioneers pitchers. This one driven into deep right center field, but Grimesti settles under it and puts it away for the first out. So Sullivan flies out, and with 1 out and the base is empty, it'll bring up the righty swinging center fielder, Sam Meyer. Meyer in the ballgame has reached base in all 4 plate appearances. First pitch is a called strike. Inside corner to Meyer, 0-1. Nothing in 1 the count with 1 out. Lefty Valerio to the righty swinging Meyer. Breaking ball in the dirt. Gio executing a really nice 12-6 breaking ball so far. He's used it to get ahead in counts, even behind in counts too. Can establish it consistently for strikes and throw it sweeping into the feet of right-handed hitters away from a lefty. Potentially lethal, nasty, devastating pitch, whatever adjective you want to use to coin it. As Valerio made his presence felt in his first appearance against these Auburn Doubledays 11 days ago. What was an eventual 10-5 loss to Auburn at Falcon Park. Pitched a 1-2-3 bottom half of the 8th. 1-2 the count with 1 out. Valerio sets. From the right side of the rubber, fires that one lined into right field. It's going to get down in front of a cutting Grimesti for a base hit. So Sam Myers aboard in the top of the 8th with 1 out. The 15th hit of the ball game for Auburn. Since the first inning, they've registered at least 1 hit in every inning. (12-9), Auburn leads, top of the 7th, 1 out. Kieran Kehoe, the designated hitter, to come to the dish next. 2 for 4 in the game. A double and a single has come around to score twice. Lefty on righty matchup. And home plate umpire calls time. Has to adjust his glasses. Either got a bug or something caught up in it. The bug's flying around the top light pole stanchions here at Dunn Field as the rain starts to trickle down on a overly humid Wednesday evening. Temperature in the mid to low 70s now, but don't let that fool you. It's turned cool to hot in just short order, seemingly not even the seasons anymore. Didn't feel like our usual spring. Winds were still whipping, making it feel like 40, 50 degrees just within a couple days of the season opener. And now it's quickly shot up to regular midsummer temperatures. With 1 out, Valerio kicks and fires his first offering to Kehoe. Taking second base easily with a stolen base is Sam Meyer, who got the jump right on Valerio's liftoff. A 1-0 count to Kehoe. Must have read that Valerio was going to go breaking ball, or at least had the anticipation. So Meyer will be in second in scoring position with 1 out. One 1-0 pitch. Valerio to Kehoe, a high fly ball deep to right field, down the line. Racing over is Grimesti towards the corner. He makes the catch. A really nice play by Grimesti once again as the throw comes into O'Neill. Covering the plate, or staying at the plate, shall I say, is Dubek. So despite it skipping by him, Brendan Hammer back after O'Neill couldn't shield that cutoff throw. 2 outs in the top of the 7th, but advancing up to third is Sam Meyer. So 2 fly balls to right in the inning. Auburn with a 3-run lead, could be 4 if the Pios aren't careful here. It's the righty swinging catcher Anthony DeCesare. Struck out his last plate appearance. Swinging to lead off the top of the 6th, one of 3 strikeout victims against Bryce Michanek. Digs in from the right side against Valerio. Scored twice in the ball game. 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs. A double and a single included. 2 singles and a double, rather, and Valerio delivers inner third slider for a called strike 1. Nothing in 1 the count. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Pios trail by 3. Timeout called by the umpire again, who's got some bugs in his face. Don't want this to become like a Jabba Chamberlain-esque Mites game. But the moths and bugs, whatever it might be, are flying around. 0-1 from Valerio, inside corner fastball, beautifully spotted for a called strike 2. DeCesare disagrees. So 0-2 the count with 2 outs. Valerio will look to get out of the top of the 7th inning unscathed. Allowed a 1-out base runner and a single to Sam Meyer. Meyer a stolen base, then tagged up to third on a fly ball to right. Fastball in the dirt. Nice block by Dubek to save a run. 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Valerio's going to interchange for a new baseball. So 2-2 the count, or rather 1-2 the count, with 2 outs, top of the 7th. Valerio, the 5th pitcher in the ballgame for the Pioneers. Michael Comp lasting 2/3 of an inning. Nelson an inning. Bryce Mashanik an inning and 2/3. 1-2, breaking ball misses just inside from Valerio. Count is even at 2-2 to DeCesare. Three pitchers have appeared in the ballgame for Auburn. The starter Lefkis not even recording an out. Eston Elku 2 2/3 innings of work. Matt McGeorge has gone the rest of the distance. 3 1/3 so far for him. We'll look to see what Matthew Petrossi opts with to open up the bottom of the 7th. For now, from 0-2 all the way back to a full count. Nice rally in the box from Anthony DeCesare. Gio in danger of issuing what would be his first walk of the ball game, but he doesn't do it. A back hip slider over the inside corner, beautifully executed by the the Pioneers southpaw reliever to conclude the top of the 7th inning. In the inning, no runs on a hit, no errors, and a runner stranded on base. Time for the 7th inning stretch. 12-9 Doubledays lead here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Dunn Field as we get you set for the bottom of the 7th inning as the Pioneers trail by 3 runs. It's been quite the ball game. Had a 7-run lead and blown it since as Auburn now leads 12-9. And it's a new pitcher in the ballgame, Ryan Panginellis, pitching to a 12.27 ERA across 3 2/3 innings of work so far as he fires it off the bat of Liam O'Neill, who was ducking to get out of the way of the pitch, but that's the unlucky fortune the Pioneers have been dealing with all evening. Or apparently it didn't. Thought it did. Apologies for the confusion. Skipped off the glove of the catcher, DeCesare, who's out to the mound to have a brief conversation with his righty reliever. Doubledays in the ballgame have gone Hunter Lefkes, followed by Eston Elku, Matt McGeorge, who went 3 1/3 innings of work, and now Ryan Paginellis. 4 pitchers, 3 relief in for Auburn, 5 pitchers, 4 relief for the Pios. Elmira in danger of dropping what would be just their 3rd ball game of the season on home turf. Lost to Jamestown and lost to Batavia in the back end of that doubleheader on Friday night. There's a swing and a miss from O'Neill. 2 balls and a strike the count. Paginellis spending time at Denison University. Comes set from the left side of the rubber. 2-1 to O'Neill. Fisted foul out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Native of Batavia, Illinois. Pitched through 10 2/3 innings of work at Denison this season. A 3.37 ERA across 10 appearances. 2-2 count with nobody out. Missing away with a fastball is Paginellis. O'Neill doing a good job, working his 2nd full count of the ball game. For O'Neill, he's 0 for 2. Strikeout looking in the 2nd, a strikeout swinging in the 4th. Reached base in the bottom of the 1st via a walk. Was thrown out at 2nd on a fielder's choice. Payoff pitch on the way. Tall righty Paginellis against righty shortstop Liam O'Neill. Pitch fouled off of the bat of O'Neill, who has to grimace his hand now. Home plate umpire making it loud and clear as a foul ball, though. So it'll remain a 3-2 count. Rain starting to come down a bit harder here at Dunn Field. A ball game that's lasted over 3 hours. 6.5 innings in. Auburn with a 12-9 lead. Eerily more comparable to what you'd see of a football score as opposed to a baseball game, but nonetheless, here we are playing baseball. It is the middle of June after all. Football season will be here soon enough. For now, it's Pioneers baseball, game number 11 on the season. Already home game number 8. Pios in jeopardy of dropping their 3rd ball game on their home turf. O'Neill lines one foul down the right field line towards the Pios bullpen, and the tarp out of play. So a great at-bat being worked by O'Neill. The Pios can get a couple base runners on. You never know with the ball potentially getting a bit more slippery due to the oncoming rain. So with nobody out, it'll be a payoff pitch from the righty Paginellis to O'Neill. As he comes set, working out a stretch position. And the next offering, O'Neill just gets a piece to stay alive, fouls it off. It's going to be an 8-pitch at-bat. O'Neill doing a great job, rather 9-pitch at-bat. He worked full count and then got 3 straight foul balls. 15 hits for Auburn in the ballgame, only 5 for the Pios. They registered 1 in the bottom of the 6th. The line drive single off the bat of Anthony Manganiello, a designated hitter. Righty and righty matchup, payoff pitch with nobody out, and O'Neill a swing and a miss. Liam, his 3rd strikeout of the ballgame. He's down for the 1st out. With the bases empty, it'll bring up Jacob Moniz, who walked in the bottom of the 5th. He was stranded on first base to conclude the inning. Pioneers down to their final 8 outs in the ballgame. They trail by 3. They trailed by as many as 4 with 3 outs remaining in last night's loss to Geneva. Some of the fans under the overhang here at Dunn Field have remained, stuck around to watch what's been a marathon ballgame, one in which Auburn seemingly headed for their 8th victory in 13 ball games this season. Paginellis fires over the inside corner for a called strike 1. So 0-1 the count with the bases empty and 1 out to Moniz. Right-hander Paginellis sets and a line drive smoked right back up the middle into center field. Jacobs had some strong contact tonight. Just got under a ball in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Popped up to the first baseman Albright as he spanks a line drive into center field here. He's on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Shane Starr comes up to the plate. Shane Starr in the ball game has reached in 2 of 3 plate appearances. He's 1 for 2, a double in the bottom of the 3rd. A ground ball to first in Albright in the bottom of the fifth. Righty on lefty matchup with Moniz leading off of first with one out. Fastball just misses off the inside corner to Starr. A ball and no strikes. 12 runs on 15 hits and 1 error for Auburn. 9 runs on 6 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. 1-0 coming with 1 out. And taking high above the letters is Starr. 2-0. Auburn's outfield's at medium depth. Middle infield is at their regular double play depth. Shading over 20 feet from the bag at third is Alex Vasquez, the replacement for Mike Bonfiglio, who got plunked in the helmet by Bryce Mechanic in the top of the sixth. Hope the best regards for the Branford, Connecticut native Bonfiglio's health. Called strike at the knees. Starr steps out of the zone, or rather out of the box. Potentially not too thrilled with that call. 2 balls and a strike the count. With 1 out here in the home half of the seventh. The righty Paginellis sets and fires inside to Starr. 3-1. 3-1 the count. Bottom of the seventh inning with 1 out. Moniz is off of first. Fatovich in the on-deck circle after Fatovich. Back to the top of the batting order, home plate umpire having a conversation with Petrossi in the Auburn dugout. A little bit of barking coming from the Doubledays. 3-1 pitch, and Starr, a line drive into center field. That's going to hang up right for Meyer on a line, who puts it away to retire Shane for out number 2. So with 2 outs and Moniz off of first, Dylan Fatovich rounds out the Pios batting order. Fatovich in the ball game 0 for 2, 2 fly balls to right. And a walk in the bottom of the first. Righty on lefty matchup with 2 outs as Paginellis comes set, left side of the rubber, kicks and fires. And Fatovich takes low in the dirt, 1 ball and no strikes. DeCesare exchanging for a new ball with the plate umpire. As the rain continues to pour down, a little bit lighter than it was just a couple minutes ago. An onslaught of a downpour just for a brief short moments. Pioneers and Doubledays playing through it. Grass and the dirt well attended to. Attribute it to the hard work of the field crew here at Dunn Field. 1-0 with 2 outs. Taking high and inside for ball 2 is Fatovich. Dylan did reach base in his first plate appearance in the bottom of the first inning. Got on first, but was stranded. Two and nothing the count to Fatovich with 2 outs. Moniz a short lead off of first and a letter high fastball. Dylan swings and misses. 2-1 the count. So it'll be a 2-1 pitch from Paginellis to Fatovich. Home half of the seventh. Elmira down 12-9. 2-1. Fatovich swing and a miss. High fastball tipped into the glove of DeCesare from Dylan. 2 balls and 2 strikes. With 2 outs, 12 runs on 15 hits and 1 error. Now for Auburn, 9 runs on 6 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. Elmira, 11 different lineup combinations through the opening 11 ball games. And at least 1 error in each of the 11 ball games. Certainly a point of improvement. Moniz takes off for second base. High fastball away. Throw down to second on a hop. Not in time. Moniz gets in ahead of the tag. Great throw from DeCesare. And applying the tag successfully with Sullivan, but Moniz had already reached safe into the bag. So to be a payoff pitch with 2 outs to Fatovich. A runner in scoring position for him in Moniz. Dylan still searching for that penultimate first RBI of the season. So look at Fatovich entered tonight's ball game batting 160. He's scored 4 runs, 4 hits through 25 at-bats on the season, now 4 through 28. Payoff pitch with 2 outs, and Fatovich a check swing. Did he go around? Auburn says he didn't go, and now Moniz is off the second base bag, and DeCesare is going to fire back to the bag. Moniz gets back in time. And somebody got thrown out of the ball game. It's Matthew Petrossi. Petrossi dropping some bombs on the plate umpire as he takes off his hat now. Petrossi really getting into it with the plate umpire, having to be restrained from the field umpire who was originally yelling at. He said that call was some horse muck, to put it kindly. As he's still dropping profanity. Want to apologize if our microphones have picked that up. So Petrossi, a very young manager, gets kicked out of the ball game here in the bottom of the 7th. Auburn up by 3. Plate umpire is going to wait until the day's manager has departed for the clubhouse. Still appears as if he hasn't. And you figured someone might get kicked in this ball game with the emotions running high. It's been a 3+ hour game. 21 runs scored combined between the teams. But in all fairness to the umpires, if there's anyone needing to get their eyes checked there, it's the manager, Petrossi. Because if he thinks that check swing and Fatovich went around, then he might need to get a new pair of glasses, to say the least. That was nowhere near a swing from Dillon. So some clownery from the Auburn manager. 0-1 the count. Back to the top of the batting order, and Brendan Hammer with 2 outs. He represents the tying run, and he lines one back up the middle into center field for a base hit. Rounding third and coming to the plate is Moniz. The throw from the center fielder Meyer, not in time. Moniz scores. It's a 2-run ball game. So Fatovich reached on the walk. Moniz comes in to score. Fatovich up to second on an RBI single off the bat of Brendan Hammer, who reaches base for the 3rd time in 5 plate appearances. In the inning, 2 hits and a run for Elmira. 10 runs on 7 hits now. Here comes TJ Grimesti. First pitch high and above his glove, and that's going to advance both runners into scoring position. Fatovich up to second, or Fatovich up to third, Hammer up to second. 12-10 ball game here in the bottom of the 7th. Pio's now down by 2 runs. It's going to be Grimesti in the driver's seat with a 1-0 count. Grimesti in the ball game. He's 1 for 3. He's reached base twice. A 2-run double in the bottom of the 3rd as he leaves the next offering high. 2 balls and no strikes the count, with 2 outs. Two 2-0, high and in tight with a fastball. Grimesti's been plunked 3 times already this season through his opening 32 plate appearances. Almost a 10% plunk rate. He got plunked in the helmet twice against Geneva. Firmly in the driver's seat, 3-0 count with 2 outs. And you have John Simmons, who's got plenty of power. He could put one in the gap to give the Pioneers the lead as Paginellis fires a fastball on the outside corner for a called strike. It's 3-1. (3-1) with 2 outs. Grimesti hard on the ground, past third. A run's going to come in to score, and Fatovich. Hammer will stop right there as it got shielded down by Vasquez. Grimesti to first. It's a 1-run ball game, just like that. So it's going to go down as an error on the third baseman, Vasquez. The E5 is how Grimesti reaches base. Hammer's on third with 2 outs. A single ties the ball game up. An extra base hit likely gives Elmira the lead. Pios trail by 1. Home half of the 7th. And what a wild inning it's been. A run on 2 hits, an error. Auburn's manager, Matthew Petrossi, tossed out of the ball game after he was dropping some choice words for the field umpire after Dylan Fatovich did not go around. Righty on lefty matchup with 2 outs. A swing and a foul ball from Simmons. 0-1 the count. A mean swing by John on a cut fastball on the inside corner from Paginellis, who's in what's his first full inning of work. Matt McGeorge went 3 1/3 innings. Eston Elku going 2 2/3. That's when backwards sequential order. 0-1 the count to Simmons with 2 outs. Paginellis kicks and fires a high pop foul. John now quickly down to the count, 0-2. It'll be an 0-2. Paginellis sets left side of the rubber. Hammer leads off at third. Gramesti off at first. And the cut fastball's inside. 1-2 the count to Simmons. Pioneers 2 hits in the inning. Gramesti reaches on an E5. Now 2 runs. They've closed it from a 3-run ball game to a 1-run ball game. Tying run 90 feet away. Paginellis comes set, left side of the rubber. Kicks and fires the 1-2. A high fly ball into left field. Settling under it is Thompson, just in front of the warning track. He'll put it away for the final out of the bottom of the 7th. But for Elmira, 2 runs on 2 hits, an error, and 2 runners left on base. We've played 7 innings. Auburn still ahead by a thread, 12-11 here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Dunn Field as we get you set for the top of the 8th inning of action. Gio Valerio's night in the ball game has concluded. You're going to have the 6th pitcher in for Elmira in the evening. It's going to be Andrew Roxby out of Misericordia University with the Auburn Doubledays ahead on the Pioneers 12-11 in what's been a 3-hour-plus ball game. Only here in the top of the 8th inning. Been a wild day. Final line on Gio Valerio's outing. An inning and a third, 2 hits. No runs, no earned, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. Pretty solid performance for Gio. So it's the right-hander, Roxby. going up against Alex Vasquez. And the first pitch from Roxby to Vasquez is a called strike on the outside corner. Roxby comes set right side of the rubber. Kicks and fires, lined foul first base side out of play past the extended reach of Auburn's first base coach. 0-2 the count. Roxby only an inning of work so far, a walk, no strikeouts. He's faced 3 batters. This is his 4th on the season. The product of Misericordia University, won a national championship just a season ago. Delivers in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. One-two with nobody out. Hit on the ground hard to third. A diving stab by Hammer, but it trickles off his glove into shallow left field. Starr in to retrieve, making the cut around first base is Vasquez. So he's aboard. 16th hit of the ball game for Auburn in 7+ innings against 6 Pioneers pitchers. As he greets Roxby with a single. Pio's trying to preserve the Auburn lead at just 1 run. It's DeCerbo to come to the plate. DeCerbo against Roxby, ready on ready matchup. With Vasquez off at first, nobody out. First pitch, it's fastball high, 1-0. Roxby sets and fires. A swing and a miss from DeCerbo. A nasty sweeper across the outside corner. Got him to chase. It's a ball and a strike. DeCerbo in the ball game, 2 for 4. A single in the top of the second, an RBI single in the third. Came around to score. Grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the top of the 4th. Struck out swinging in the top of the 6th. Watches one in the dirt from Roxby. 2 balls and a strike. The count with nobody out. Lead runner is Vasquez, Mike Bonfiglio's replacement at third base after Bonfiglio got plunked in the helmet by Bryce Mechanic in the top half of the 6th. 2-1 on the way. Fastball just misses off the outside corner. Dubek with a good frame job, but pulled from a bit low in the zone, below the knees to DeCerbo. 3-1 the count. As Roxby sets and fires, fastball off the plate, DeCerbo walks. So a single by Vasquez, followed by a walk by DeCerbo. And that sets the Doubledays up. 2 runners on in the top of the 8th inning with nobody out. That'll bring up Austin Droge, batting .091 on the season. A hit through 11 plate appearances. Squares the bunt and drops it down beautifully in front of the plate. Roxby's only plays at first base, and the throw is high and wide. Coming in to score is Vasquez. Up to third is DeCerbo. He's getting the wave around. He'll come to the plate. The throw comes into Palmer, getting all the way to third on an E1 from the pitcher Roxby is Austin Droge. And it's now 14-11 Auburn. Second error of the game committed by the Pioneers. So a hit, 2 runs, and an error. As it's Droge just dropping a bunt in front of the plate, and who knows what kind of luck he was going to find. And he finds a lot of luck there. Increases upon that 286 on base percentage. It'll be a righty on lefty matchup. Pios now trail by 3 within their final 6 outs of the ball game. They'll bring the infield in with nobody out. Roxby sets. And he'll face A new hitter in Tommy Kierwin, batting .414 on the season. Through 7 starts, 10 games, this one skips away from the catcher Dubek. Bases are now empty. A run comes in to score. It's Droge, who got all the way to third on the E1 by Valerio. 3 runs in the inning just like that. 1 hit and an error. So the first 3 batters of the top of the 8th inning have come around to score. Tommy Kierwin in place of the originally hitting Bonfiglio, so some roster shuffling. As Vasquez takes third. We'll wait to get all the defensive alignment positions now as a swing and a miss from Kierwin, a ball and a strike. "15 runs on 16 hits and 2 errors for Auburn. 11 runs on 7 hits and 2 errors for the Pioneers. A swing and a miss from Kierwin. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. With nobody out, top of the 8th. One, 2 on the way with nobody out. Delivering just off the plate is Roxby. Kierwin, a product out of Oswego, New York, committed to play at Wofford University. .463 batter in his high school career. 2-2 coming from Roxby with nobody out and a high pop-up. Left side of the infield, it's O'Neill. Moniz retreats over. It's O'Neill settling under it. The call and the catch, out number 1. So 1 out in the top of the 8th. Pios trail by 4. It'll be Caden Albright to round out the batting order for the Doubledays. Ready and ready matchup. Roxby kicks and fires in the dirt. Skips away from the catcher. Downbeck. 1-0 the count to Albright. Pioneers will play here tomorrow night against the Geneva Red Wings. 6:30 p.m. first pitch. We'll have all your pregame coverage kicking off with Pio's live pregame at 6 o'clock p.m. And the first pitch scheduled for shortly after 6:30. Want to thank all those who have tuned in tonight to the Pioneers Baseball Network. 1-0 the count with 1 out, top of the 8th inning. It's the righty swinging Caden Albright. Roxby delivers a high pop-up first base side, retreating over as Palmer in foul ground, settles under it and puts it away for out number 2. So following 3 runs in the inning on a hit and an error, now the second out recorded on a pop-up in foul ground, retrieved by Palmer. So it's back to the top of the batting order. Tyler Vivacqua, the extra hitter, will come to the dish for his 6th plate appearance in the ball game. Vivacqua digging in from the left side. Walked an RBI double in the 3rd. Grounded to first and struck out twice. 1 swinging, 1 looking. Looking came in the 1st against Horton. Swinging in the top of the 6th. First strikeout victim of the ball game for Gio Valerio. Called strike in at the knees on the inside corner. 0-1 the count to Vivacqua with 2 outs. Valerio finished his day with 2 strikeouts. Bryce Mashanik, 2 runs, 1 earned, and 3 strikeouts in his relief outing. Mashanik and Valerio putting together the most formidable relief outing. Zach Nelson and Michael Cobb getting the shorter end of the stick and not putting together their greatest performance of the season so far. 1-1 with 2 outs, fouled off, back behind to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. So 1-2 the count with 2 outs. Pios will try and get out of the top of the 8th inning here. Roxby comes set right side of the rubber. Righty on lefty matchup with Vivacqua at the top of the order. 6th plate appearance in the ball game for him. As Geneva in the ball game has sent 51 batters to the plate. There's a called strike 3. Vivacqua's retired. 51 batters across 24 outs. Been that kind of night for the Pioneers. As 3 more runs come in to score on 1 hit, 1 error, no runner stranded on base. We'll take it to the bottom of the 8th. Elmira down by 4 here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Pios trail by 4 runs as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Ryan Paginellis remains on the mound for the Auburn Doubledays, who are ahead 15-11. Pioneers down to their final 6 outs. Righty and lefty matchup. Paginellis swings it from the left side of the rubber, induces a swing and a miss from Manganiello. 2-2, or 0-2 the count. Check that, a new pitcher in the ball game. It's the right-hander Jack Saker, donning the 22 uniform. Fires inside, called strike 3. Manganiello not too thrilled with that call, beefing as he departs on his way to the dugout. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Good morning, good afternoon, good night to him. So Manganiello's caught looking. He's now 2 for 3 in the ball game. Righty and righty matchup. Fastball high, but called a strike to Dalbeck. It's 0-1. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. 15 runs on 16 hits and 2 errors for Auburn. 11 runs on 7 hits and 2 errors for the Pioneers. After Dalbeck, it'll be the first baseman, Michael Palmer. Due up for the Pios in the bottom of the 8th. Saker, the 5th pitcher in the ball game for the Doubledays. What some wild twists and turns this ball game's taken. 2-1 to Saker delivers, called strike 2. Home plate umpire was gearing up to call strike 3. Lost track of the count. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes the count with 1 out. Righty on righty matchup, Saker to Dalbeck. As Saker, the tall, lanky frame, kicks and fires, missing high and away with a fastball. 3-2 the count. Chopped in the box by Dalbeck, foul. Saker out of Millstone, New Jersey, a 3-year varsity baseball player at Notre Dame High School, and all CVC second-team honors as a senior. His cousin was Chris Butchek, a former All-American at Auburn University for the War Eagles. This one spanked down the left field line, just foul from Dalbeck. Good piece of hitting by Brandon there. Out ahead early of Saker's fastball. It'll be a payoff pitch on the way with 1 out. His cousin Chris Butchek, the 20th overall pick in the 2000 MLB draft by the Anaheim Angels, currently an attendee of St. Joe's University as a freshman. Payoff pitch misses low in the dirt. That's ball 4 to Dalbeck. So Brandon's aboard with 1 out. A 3-run top of the 8th has seemingly put this game out of reach for the Pioneers, who are building such great momentum following the back end of that loss in the doubleheader to Batavia. 4 consecutive victories, an 8-3 win over Geneva at Sal Maloney Field at McDonough Park on Saturday night, a 4-2 win over the Niagara Falls Americans here from Dunn Field on Sunday afternoon, a win in the continuation game of the June 8th originally scheduled game with the Red Wings yesterday afternoon, 11-3. Pios took home that victory, and then a spectacular 6-5 walk-off in dramatic fashion. That's where we're standing right now. Spanked up the middle into center field like a rocket for a single. Michael Palmer continues to remain red hot in the ball game. He's 2 for 5, reached base twice, 3-run shot in the bottom of the first, 2 long flyouts, 4 hits in the last 2 1/3 against 3 pitchers combined. Matt McGeorge, Ryan Paginellis, and now Jack Saker. As Palmer got all of that fastball, lining it back up the middle. Dalbeck will be off a second. Palmer off a first, 1 out. Home half of the 8th, and here's the righty hitting shortstop, Liam O'Neill. Saker versus O'Neill, righty on righty matchup. Pios down by 4, 2 runners on. First offering a fastball. Low and away, want to know the count to O'Neill. Liam in the ball game has undoubtedly had a rough go-round. 3 strikeouts, 1 looking, 2 swinging. Last swinging to open up the bottom of the 7th. Launches a slider over the outside corner. Saker devastating with that off-speed to nullify the gas that he just exuded the pitch prior. 1 ball and a strike, the count with 1 out. Next offering to O'Neill, and Liam takes in the dirt. A knack for a good eye. Liam can get on base, tied for the most walks on the Pioneers with 7. As he watches the slider sweep outside there. A repetitive pitch following the 0-1 offering, so 2 balls and a strike to the count with 1 out. Saker delivers, and it drills O'Neill in the back. Painful way to get on, but the Pioneers will take it. Now the bases are loaded with 1 out because, of course they are. In a ball game like this, you wouldn't expect anything less. And here comes Jacob Moniz, who had one of the hardest hit balls of the night. His last time up in the bottom of the 7th, laced a single back up the middle into center field, got stranded on third base as Elmira came around to score. Apologies. So he'll bat with 1 out, home half of the 8th. Bases are loaded for the Pioneers. He represents the tying run. Duback off a third. Palmer off a second. O'Neill, the shortstop, is off a first. Offering from Saker to Moniz, a swing and a miss. Hardy fastball over the outer third. Jacob cuts through it 0-1. Saker comes set, right side of the rubber, out of the stretch position, kicks and fires, and the fastball misses high and away to Moniz. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 1 the count with 1 out. Thank you for joining us here on the Pios Baseball Network. Elmira with the bases loaded, down 4. Home half of the 8th. Saker, a slider over the outer edge, just misses 2 balls and a strike. Diving out of the way to retrieve that as set up over the inside corner was the catcher DeCesare, who's hung back there through 5 different Auburn pitchers through 7 1/3 innings of work. Pios have scored 11 runs on 8 hits. A base hit here likely scores 2. An extra base hit could score 3. And a grand slam would tie the ball game up. Moniz no homers to his name just yet. Only homers on the season for Elmira. The shot off the bat of Michael Palmer tonight in the bottom of the 1st. Then gave Elmira a 7-run lead. Since then, 15-4. Auburn's led in the 6 innings following that. 2-2 count to Moniz with the bases loaded and 1 out. Saker fires and a swing and a miss from Moniz. Jacobs out for out number 2. So that'll bring up the lefty hitting Shane Starr to the plate. Shane in the ball game has reached base twice, but he's 0 for 2. A ground ball, 1 unassisted in the bottom of the 5th to Caden Albright. And a pop-up to Sam Meyer in relatively deep center field in the bottom of the 5th. 0-0 pitch. Starr, a swing and a tip into the catcher's glove of DeCesare for strike 1. Pios have the bases loaded, in danger of stranding a bunch more on base here. Next offering, and Starr fists it off the end of the bat. Pop up on the left side of the infield. Retreating back is the shortstop Sullivan. The call on the catch to conclude the bottom of the 8th. So for the Pios, no runs on 1 hit, no errors. They strand 3 on base. We take it to the 9th inning. Auburn ahead 15-11 here in the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Dunn Field as we get you set for the top of the ninth inning of action. It's going to be the 2, 3, and 4 in against the right-hander Andrew Roxby for the Pioneers. Andrew, the sixth pitcher in the ballgame for Elmira, delivers a fastball inside to Adam Sullivan. Sullivan's sixth plate appearance of the ballgame, he's 0 for 5. Auburn with a 15-11 lead, looking to lock down their 8th victory of the season, what would be their 3rd on the road in 7 ball games. Fastball misses outside from Roxby. 2 balls and no strikes to count to the Loin College shortstop. As Roxby delivers, breaking ball, low and in. Sullivan takes, it's 3-0. This ball game has lasted almost 4 hours. 19 runs on 24 hits, 4 errors combined for both sides. What a crazy affair it's been. A game that probably both teams would like to forget about, and especially now with the Pios down 4. Really excited to be done with as the crowd has really cleared out here at Dunn Field. Very few still remaining. 3-1 with nobody out. Fastball catches the inside corner. At the knees, it's a called strike to Sullivan, so from 3-0 to a full count. Action getting loose in the Auburn Doubledays bullpen. It'll be a payoff pitch on the way. Roxby fires and a line drive into left field. Cutting over is Starr. He's going to have to play it on a hop. It's a base hit to lead off the top of the ninth for Sullivan. He's aboard for the first time in the ball game as the hits just keep on raining down for the Doubledays tonight. Hit number 17 for the visitors. So it'll be Sam Meyer to come to the plate. Meyer has reached base, conversely, on the other end, in all 5 plate appearances tonight. A walk in the first, a single in the third, a walk in the fourth, an RBI single in the fifth, and a single in the seventh. Ready on ready matchup versus Roxby. Andrew kicks and fires. Fastball off the plate, 1-0. Pioneers are looking for 3 more outs, get them out of the top of the 7th. Or top of the 9th, for that matter. Excuse me. So this one rolled into fair territory, picking up and way out of the baseline. As Auburn's dugout playing around, have a little bit of fun with that. Myers retired finally for the first time in the ball game. Play goes 3 unassisted as Sullivan advances up to second. He'll be in scoring position with 1 out. Pios down 4 runs, with 3 outs to work with in the home half of the 9th. In the bottom of the 9th inning, it'll be Dylan Fatovich, followed by Brendan Hammer and TJ Grimesti, the 10-1-2 in the Elmira order. Last chance for the Pios on what has been a very long Wednesday evening. And apologies, want to get the inning right, top of the 9th inning we were talking about, not the top of the 8th, so quick scoreboard correction there. Strike to Kieran Kehoe, the designated hitter. It's 0-1. Kehoe in the ball game is 2 for 5 as he swings and misses through Roxby's next offering. 0-2 the count. Kehoe a strikeout and 2 flyouts, but a double in the third and a single in the fourth came around to score on both times he reached base tonight. Moniz holding on Sullivan off a second. 0-2 the count with 1 out. Ready on ready matchup, outfield at medium depth. Rest of the infield plays back. Play for the out at first. 0-2, tip into the glove of Duback for strike 3. Kehoe's gone for out number 2. So Roxby induces a strikeout, and with 2 outs, that'll bring up the righty hitting catcher Anthony DiCesare for his 6th plate appearance of the ball game. Began 3 for 3. Scored twice. 3 RBIs, 2 RBI double in the third, an RBI single in the fourth. Since then, 2 strikeouts in consecutive innings, a strikeout swinging in the 6th, and the same thing in the 7th. 0-0 with 2 outs. Roxby comes set right side of the rubber, out of the stretch, kicks and fires, and the breaking ball is high, didn't have enough bite on it. Missing to DiCesare, it's 1-0. Next pitch, breaking ball in the dirt. 2-0 the count. Roxby firing to Dubek, who's cut all 9 innings behind the plate. You always have to compliment the catchers on a long night like this. Both Dubek and DeCesare, who's at the dish right now for Auburn, working with all different pitchers tonight, laboring hard for their teams. High pop-up. It's going to hang up for Michael Palmer in fair ground. Palmer settles under it and puts it away for the final out of the top of the 9th inning. In the inning, no runs and a hit, no errors, and a runner stranded on base. Last chance for the Pios upcoming. They're down by 4 here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Dunn Field, and what a crazy night this has been. You have Tyler Vivacqua, who began tonight's ball game as an extra hitter. He comes in to pitch the bottom of the 9th inning. Long day now. 5th pitcher in the ball game for the Doubledays. You had Matt McGeorge. His final line was 3 1/3, a hit, no runs, no earned, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. You had Ryan Penjanellis go 2 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. Rather, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. So here comes Dylan Fadovich. Vivacqua to take the mound. He was the extra hitter to begin, as we alluded to. It'll be Fadovich to dig in from the left side. Righty on lefty matchup. Auburn looking to close out a victory. They're up 4 runs. Home half of the 9th. Vivacqua sets from the left side of the rubber, working out of the stretch position. Fires to Fadovich, and the fastball misses low and away, 1-0. Fadovich had a check swing in the bottom of the 7th inning. He reached base as a result. It was on a payoff pitch. Auburn thought they had gotten out of the inning. So their manager, Matthew Petrossi, with a profanity-laced argument, got him kicked out of the ball game. Breaking ball misses high and away from Vivacqua to Fadovich. 2-0 the count. After Dylan, it's back to the top of the batting order and Brendan Hammer, who had an RBI single in the bottom of the 7th. 2-0 with nobody out, and the fastball inside. 3-0 the count. Thank you for all who have stuck with us here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. It was a long marathon 4-hour ball game, rather. It's called strike to Fadovich. It's now 3-1. Next offering a swing and a miss from Fadovich. So from 3-0 to a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out. It'll be a payoff to Fatovich. Righty on lefty matchup. Vivacqua comes set. Left side of the rubber, delivers a fastball inside. Dylan walks for ball 4. So a 6-pitch walk to lead off the bottom of the 9th. Dylan's aboard. And with nobody out, that'll bring up the third baseman, Brendan Hammer, to the plate. Hammer has reached base in 3 of 5 plate appearances. In the ball game, he's 1 for 3. A pop-up to the second baseman, Thompson, in the first. A strikeout looking to conclude the bottom of the 5th, and an RBI single in the bottom of the 7th. Righty-on-righty matchup with Vivacqua with nobody out. 15 runs on 17 hits and 2 errors for Auburn. 11 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors for your Pioneers. Fastball letter high for a called strike to Hammer. It's 0-1. Hammer predominantly getting time at third base since he came over from Northwood University, originally one of 3 Pioneers players to come from Northwood this summer. Prior to Joe Craig's departure, now it's just him and Anthony Manganiello. Takes a fastball inside, 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Nobody out, bottom of the 9th, 10-hitter Fatovich, a small lead off of first. Outfield at medium depth, middle infield at double play depth. Vasquez a few steps behind the bag at third. 1-1, outside corner, called strike 2. Hammer, frustrated with that call, steps out of the box. Drum a few words for the plate umpire. It's 1-2. Vivacqua comes set. Close side arm angle, 3/4 arm slot, delivers fastball away in the lefty batter's box. 2-2 the count. Pioneers scored 7 runs in the bottom of the first, 2 in the bottom of the third, 2 in the bottom of the 7th, but have been unable to find any consistent traction offensively tonight. We're gifted a lot of opportunities in the bottom of the first inning due to 4-walk performance from Hunter Lefkis. Didn't strike out a batter. For that matter, didn't even get a batter out. Gave up 7 runs, 6 of them earned. Only 2 hits. It was just the self-inflicted wounds that came back to bite. A hit batsman and a walk. So now the payoff pitch on the way. A swing and a miss from Hammer. Brendan's retired for the first out of the home half of the 9th. Fans, be sure to tune in to Pioneers baseball tomorrow night as your Pios are back home against the Geneva Red Wings here from Dunn Field. Our coverage begins with Pioneers pregame live at 6 p.m. First pitch is shortly after 6:30 p.m. So here's Grimesti, 1 on, 1 out for him. Fatovich, a short lead off at first. Righty-on-righty matchup with Vivacqua, who kicks and fires in a swing and a foul back. 0-1 the count. Vivacqua, a 1.5 ERA. Across 3 appearances on the season, he's earned a save, 6 innings pitched, 3 hits, an earned run, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts can pound the zone, pitching to an opposing batting average of 158. Delivers fastball on the inside corner. 0-2 the count to Grimesti with 1 out. TJ's reached base 3 out of 5 times in the ballgame will help further boost his on-base percentage from .556, even north of that, riding at a .407 batting average, 2 extra base hits, 6 RBIs through the opening 9 ball games. Product of North Broward Prep High School in Florida and playing his freshman season at Florida Atlantic University. Unbelievably high batting average and translating it right over here to his time with the Pioneers. 1-2, misses high and in tight. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Some faint Let's Go Pios chants coming from the crowd. It'll be a 2-2 from Vivacqua to Grimesti with 1 out. Vivacqua kicks and fires a high fly ball to deep right center field. On his horse as DeCerbo goes back, settles in front of the warning track, puts it away to retire Grimesti for out number 2. So here comes John Simmons. He'll bat with 2 outs and Fatovich off of first. Stands as the last chance for the Pioneers in tonight's ball game. Digs in from the left side against the righty Vivacqua. Out of the stretch position. Winds and fires From the left side of the rubber, change up over the outside corner. Called strike one to Simmons. Steps out. John readjusting his batting gloves. He'll step back in. Rain starting to pour down once again here from Dunn Field. It's been one of those ball games. Both teams probably excited for this one to be over. Fastball just misses off the plate. 1 ball and a strike the count. So it'll be a 1-1 with 2 outs. Vivacqua sets and deals. High and tight with a fastball. 2-1 the count. For the Pioneers, Andrew Roxby, his final line in the ball game. 2 hits, 3 runs, no earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Long night for the Pios. 8 walks and 11 strikeouts between 6 Pioneers pitchers combined. 1-2 misses inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Simmons. Pioneers down to their final strike, their final out. It's a full count. Righty Vivacqua against the lefty Simmons. Fatovich a medium-sized leadoff at first. Should Simmons reach, it would be Manganiello. So has 2 hits in the ball game. Payoff on the way from Vivacqua. This one rolled on the ground to first. Settling and taking it to the bag himself, Albright, and the ball game is over. So the Auburn Doubledays roll into town and take home a 15-11 victory from the Elmira Pioneers. So the final score 15-11. Time of the ball game 4 hours and 8 minutes. Auburn 15 runs on 17 hits and 2 errors. For the Pios 11 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors. A reminder to tune in tomorrow night as your Pios get set to take on the Geneva Red Wings. Once again, our Pioneers live pregame coverage kicks off at 6 o'clock p.m. First pitch scheduled shortly after 6:30. For now, I'm Farrell Hudson for the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network, saying so long and good night from Dunn Field. Once again, the final score, Auburn 15, Elmira 11.